Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Police in Rongo, Migori County are guarding a suspected drug trafficker admitted at Migori Hospital after serious road accident. The suspect, 52-year-old Samson Chacha, lost control of a trailer on April 24th and plunged into River Kuja, sustaining severe injuries. He was rescued by members of the public and rushed to the hospital. Authorities have since recovered the trailer and moved it to Kamagambo police station, where it was found to be carrying bang valued at about 34 million Kenya shillings. Homa Bay Governor Gladys Wanga now says ODM shall push for a deputy president position for mining CS Hassan Joho in any 2027 deal with President William Ruto's camp. Speaking at an ODM youth meeting in Malindi on Sunday, Wanga insisted any negotiations must be based on equal partnership. She said power sharing talks should be on a 50-50 basis with key positions openly negotiated.
Itakuwa ni 50-50. Wale wakiwa na rais, ODM itakuwa na deputy president. Na sisi tukipata hiyo, tutaingia kwa kona kama wanachungwa. Joho anatosha, atoshi. Tutaingia pale, tuzungumze kama wanachungwa. Na tuseme, tuko na waziri namna hii, tuko na deputy president, chungwa yote itatembea namna gani katika kugawanya hizo viti. Lakini pia, hatuwezi zungumza na wale watu ambao tunajua wako na rekodi ya wizi wa mashamba.
President William Ruto has come out strongly in defense of his deputy Kithure Kindiki, dismissing criticism directed at him. Speaking in Chuka on Sunday, Ruto described Kindiki as a visionary and hardworking leader focused on delivering results. He noted that since taking office, the deputy president has been moving across the country, supporting key development projects.
Na mimi nataka niwaeleze, we couldn't have gotten a better deputy president for the Republic of Kenya. This man, Professor Kithure Kindiki, is a man of a moment like this one. Ni mtu wa kujitolea, ni mtu wa kujituma, ni mtu mwaminifu. Na pia zaidi ni mtu mnyenyekevu. Hana madharau na hana kiburi. Na sisemi kuhusu mtu mwingine. Nasema huyu Professor Kithure Kindiki.
The family of Mali's defense minister has said he was killed in an apparent suicide truck bombing on his residence near the capital Bamako. Multiple news outlets reported the death of Sadio Kamara, part of a wave of coordinated attacks by jihadist militants and separatists carried out across the country. There has been no confirmation from the military junta, that further reports say its head, General Assimi Goita, was moved to a safe location after his home was targeted. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
There was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Welcome home indeed. This is Radio Generation. My name is Mungala Mbuvi. This is the People's Breakfast. Niko naye hapa CT. Niko naye CD.
Yule brother ambayo anafanya security wale chini. Yule kijana mzee yule. Ana CP.
CP.
Nafikiria hii ni wakisi.
Nakumbuka kuna mheshimiwa fulani pia alikuja hapa akakuita CP.
Throughout. Simwambie hapana. Sounds nice.
Bado uko salama
CT yako mzima.
CT. Wewe iko salama?
Iko.
Mambo imekuwa namna gani?
Mzuri.
Mahali ulikotoka watu wako vipi?
Watu ni wazima wote.
Wansemaje hao watu?
Wanasema alhamdulillah, wanashukuru. Yes.
Na wanasema ya kwamba kila kitu kiko sawa kabisa.
Wanasema baridi ndio inaonekana imekuja na ni mingi. But otherwise wako tu sawa.
Sawa. Nikishasikia hivyo, basi najua kila kitu kiko shwari. Kila kitu kiko shwari.
Right.
All right, so today is 27th April 2026. Man, the month is over. Well, it's over in a few days, but it's over.
The media is with us.
Yani hivyo tu mwezi medhela.
Punde si punde. Punde hasn't even had time to become punde. And here we are.
The month is over.
The month is actually over.
Well, let me tell you something that happened in 1960. Togo, the country of Togo, this West African state, gained independence from France.
Walipata uhuru.
France ilikuja ikasema je transfère du beurre champagne. Yani hiyo ni kumaanisha waseme tuchokesha sisi tumeenda.
Bro, hii lugha hujui lakini ni sawa tu.
Bro, walikuja wakasema je transfère le copain beurre champagne.
It is nice when every language iko na kipindi cha uvumbuzi na uendelezaji.
Even the French people listening to me right now know that I cannot be more accurate than I just was a few seconds ago.
That, my friend, I cannot argue with you. And I will also agree with you.
Because it is the truth and nothing but the truth. So in 1960, Togo gained independence from France. And then also in 1961, on a day like today, Sierra Leone gains independence from the United Kingdom.
Right.
Wait a minute. Sierra Leone alikamatwa na UK?
Yes.
Haikuanga France?
No.
Bado nafikirianga ni kama watu wote wa West Africa walikuanga wa Faransa.
Sierra Leone was not. Walikuwa bana. Liberia pia walikuwa si wao.
Liberia najua walikuanga tu hivi pale hapa.
Ghana pia walikuwa si wao. Nigeria pia ilikuwa si wao. Wao ambao walikuwa si wao ni wengi, brother.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Ni sasa basi mimi nilikuwa nadhani ya kwamba watu walishikwa wote na Wafaransa wale.
Hapana.
Also in 1994, South Africa celebrates its first democratic elections, Freedom Day.
Mwaka gani utana?
1994. South Africa, not Eswatini. I wanted to say South Africa.
South Africa.
South Africa celebrates its first democratic elections.
Yes.
It's also known as Freedom Day on a day like today.
Yes.
That is in 1994.
Yes.
Do you know what was important in Kenya in 1994? 1994. Do you know what happened?
Yes.
What happened? In Kenya?
Okay. Multiparty ilikuwa imeingia.
Yes, ilikuwa 92.
Yes, najua. Nasema ilikuwa imeingia. Yes. So tulikuwa tuna enjoy multipartyism.
Okay. Yes. Okay, sawa. In 1994, South Africa celebrates its first democratic elections. Freedom Day is what they call it. So today, South Africa is celebrating. Have you seen what they've been doing lately? A lot of xenophobia.
It's not the first time.
It's not the first time, yeah. So there's a guy from Ghana who, I think it was last week, aliteseka sana juu mambo ya xenophobia. He was attacked by some South African natives. The gentleman was roughed up, whipped here and there, slapped by the natives there. And the president of Ghana, President Mahama, akasema we shall relocate that guy to anywhere he wants to go, and we shall reimburse him for whatever the people have done to him, and we shall ensure that he continues to thrive. That is what President Mahama of Ghana.
When one talks of xenophobia, one needs to take a little time and understand why it has it hasn't persisted.
Right.
It rears its head and then it vanishes again. Yes. Partly, 94, 2004, 2024,
right.
20 years of independence. It's also a time when you have a generational change. There are people who read about the the War of Independence.
Right.
There are people who probably just heard of it, didn't even read about it. Those who were immersed in it are slowly dying out.
Okay.
People like the president. These were young men in the days of the struggle.
President of South Africa?
Yes.
Cyril Ramaphosa.
Yes, that's him. People like him, Oliver Tambo.
Right.
Mbeki. Oliver was his father.
Right.
People like Tokyo. These were young men in those days. These are old men now.
Right.
These are gentlemen who are approaching 80. And Zuma. That entire lot. Now, the generation that is in their 20s and 30s didn't bear the brunt of this. Okay? If you talk about 94, it takes you back to an event that happened even 20 years earlier.
Yes.
You've heard of the Soweto uprising?
Yes, I have.
Yes. Now, this is what happens with any state of the continent of Africa, where the so-called independence struggle acquires new meaning. Because there's a generation who did not participate in it. The times they have lived and have learned to grow and are now becoming adult, they did not see the hardships. Therefore, they do not understand the role other African countries played in that independence. And hence, they will not understand why there are so many other Africans from other African countries in South Africa.
Okay.
Those who got independence earlier had Africans who were already educated and had acquired skills. The abundance of skills required by the natives was still taking place. So over time, you get to feel that these Africans are taking over from you.
You know, you've actually put it into perspective. I've never thought of it that way.
Yes.
I've never thought of it that way. What South Africa is experiencing right now, well, minus the xenophobia, the fact that they're having all these experts from all over Africa, from businessmen to academics to professionals in different fields.
Yes.
They should be taking advantage of that to enrich themselves.
They should be, but you see, the thing is, it has to be taught. And when you do not understand the history, there are people who always feel that we're closer to home. There are individuals within the Republic of Rwanda who always felt there are too many Kenyans in Rwanda. The person who put a halt to it was their president and said, "Excuse me, guys.
You need to understand.
These people were very, very helpful to us when we needed help. They are welcome. They are welcome. They will come here and live and work. They are welcome. If they break the laws will be applied, but they are welcome. It is the same reason that Kenyans are welcome in Uganda.
Right.
Okay? We are welcomed in Tanzania, though we have a little tiff here and there. But that one...
Every once in a while, but it's okay.
That is courtesy of our politicians.
Right.
And also, there is a feeling that Kenyans dominate the private sector, especially international private sector in Eastern Central Africa. But that is what happens when you've had a country that upon independence has had an almost interrupted peace process. It gives them time to grow and to grow their own, human resource. So it's also very easy for them to export that human resource.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, South Africa is a strange country. A week ago, Julius Malema, Mdosi wa EFF, is it party leader? Is it EFF? It's called EFF, yeah?
Yes, Economic Freedom Fighters.
He was sentenced to jail for 5 years for firing a gun, an illegal firearm. And after the moment the judge read out the judgment, he was like, okay, thank you, bye-bye. And he walked out of court. And he immediately went and held a rally a few kilometers away from the court. And I was like, And in the rally, alitukana judge akasema her ugly face. Even when she read the judgment, I walked away and I told her, bye-bye. And I was like, enyewe jamaa akona magwado.
Wajua pia hakuanza leo.
Ni kweli.
And he also was a very young man when these guys got independence. He's now no longer young. Right? But when you hear this man speak, you understand the extremity of the pain that people felt against the apartheid system and against those who applied it.
Kweli.
So it is not it's not in a vacuum, it's out of the blues. No. There is a genesis. He's the same fellow. Kill the boar. Huyo tu.
Shot a man.
No, he's the one. No, he didn't shoot a man. See, there's a song.
Yeah.
He popular that song, Kill the Boar. Yes. So
Julius Malema
walikuwa wakimtafuta huyo jamaa.
Na wakampata nayo bunduki mo.
Believe me, even those in ANC, he was in ANC, okay? I think at some point, he was a sort of person who was accommodated because the likes of the president felt this is a man whom we need to remind those fellows of what they were.
We can weaponize him.
Yes, but the guy decided he could fly on his own.
Yeah. He just decided, this is what I do. Anyway, that is what about today in history. But Michael Olande amesema good morning Team RG from 1,000 Hills. Good morning Alande. Alando sasa huyu amesema good morning people. Good morning people. In 1994, Kenya's doyen of opposition politics, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga passed on. Yes. Right. So ametuambia 1994 hiyo ndio ilikuanga importante
hapa Kenya.
Luis Rudasingwa amesema good morning RGT. Well, good morning Luis. Njuki Mungai amesema morning Charles, morning Bovi. Salutations from the great pineapple city. I'm assuming this is Thika.
Hakuna nyingine.
Ama ni Roiro. Ama ni yoyote. Thika huko ndio kunawaga na mapineapple. Sub county ya Thika.
Pineapples are found in Thika in great quantities. Kuna ile kampeni ya Del Monte ile unajua?
Naijua ile.
Unajua sio?
Naijua. Kuna mtu at the beginning of the revolution someone was saying that Kiambu County should have actually been called Thika County. And at that time I agreed with them. But
let me explain what they missed out on.
What did they?
That you can have an industrial city and you can have the capital city. Okay? Thika is industrial.
Kiambu is the capital.
Yes, it is. It's commercial. Thika is commercial, industrial. Kiambu is administrative.
But you wanna Thika Kiambu town venye ni kadonyele?
It is small.
Right.
The question is, let's go to Nigeria.
Yes.
What's the capital of Nigeria?
Nigeria is Nani? Is it Lagos?
No.
Is it Abuja?
Yes.
It is Abuja.
It's smaller than Lagos. Much smaller than Lagos.
Yes.
Capital of Tanzania is Dodoma.
Nam.
Dar es Salaam is much bigger. Much.
But Dodoma is the seat of power.
Yes, exactly. So that difference, once you have a government, Kiambu is a government.
Okay.
They need to understand you do not have to have one particular city. You can demarcate one as being industrial.
And then the one being administrative.
Yes, exactly. You can.
When you get time, this is about Nigeria. Go and read up on something known as Dirty December. It happens in Lagos, Nigeria.
What happens in Dirty December?
When you get the time. It's not things we can talk about on the air. These are things that can be spoken up in the Wind Down Show by Manu Kisiangani.
There is a bit of a hoo-ha. It was said, I was reading the East African, that President, it was attributed to our President Ruto.
Right.
That he said that when the Nigerians speak English, you need an interpreter. They're not easy to understand.
It's true. Because their English is different from East African English.
It is not impossible to understand.
It's not.
We Africans have an accented English. We speak accented English.
But you see, the English is more of pidgin. The Nigerian English. It's more of pidgin than just normal English.
That is then pidgin. They speak English just as well as we do.
All right. If you say so.
Actually, I do say so.
Big man, if you say so, then I say it's okay. I cannot say it otherwise. You read for us the medal for this week.
We are in Burkina Faso.
Tumefika kule Burkinabe.
Tulikuwa area hii eneo hizi zetu. Nimeona I was thinking Tanzania kapana. Tanzania next week.
Ukona turudi West Africa.
Turudi West Africa kadogo. Burkina Faso, the land of honest people.
The land of Traore.
This is now to understand history and the dichotomy of it.
Yes.
This was once an area where some of the most powerful kingdoms in West Africa was actually centered and created. Okay?
Yes.
But then in the late 19th century, it was colonized by the French. In 1890, it became a protectorate. In 1960, it gained independence, and it was called Upper Volta.
Upper Volta.
Yeah, as opposed to Lower Volta.
Okay.
Okay.
Volta is a river, right?
Yes. huge river. It traverses a good part of West Africa.
Okay.
It's a mighty river. Then in 1984, not 94, it was renamed Burkina Faso under President Thomas Sankara. Okay? Now, the unfortunate thing is that since then, and by the way, Sankara was assassinated by his friend. Wasn't it his cousin or his friend, but his friend.
Thomas, eh?
Yes, someone who was close to him and somebody with whom they had enacted the coup. But since then, they have been living in one coup after another. 1966, this guy was removed. In 1966, 1980, a guy called General Sogombe took over. In 1983, there was another one. 1987, Thomas Sankara was assassinated. 1987 to 2014, a guy called Blaise Compaoré. Okay? Yani imeendelea tu. Then 2015 to 2022, another coup, another uprising. My friend, shida mingi hapa bro.
Watu wameikuwa na elections. Watu wameikuwa na elections.
My response to tell you.
Okay.
Yeah. They do. The military elect. And the military election is called a coup.
Yeah. They decide, siteme tubo.
Mazeu jamaa anachokesha bwana. Inaonekana anapeana tu vitu watu wake.
Unasikia captain, wewe bana enda uchukue kitu bana.
Na huyu jamaa ametuletea XYZ. The capital of this delightful, wonderful country is called Ouagadougou.
Dougou.
Yes, Ouaga and the Dougou.
All right.
Right. Hey. That which is hard is good. Trust them. Whatever is easy has no benefits.
Yeah? That which is hard is good.
Very good.
Whatever is easy has no benefit.
Yes. It tells you why they've had coups after coup after coup. Hiyo ngumu ndio wanafuataga.
We want this hard thing.
We want a hard life.
Okay.
And we'll have a coup.
Yeah. They are clearly living up to their mantra.
My friend, let me tell you, at great expense to the citizenry.
True.
But it makes me ask the question that I asked last week. Why is France seeking to now start talking to an Anglophone country? Us.
Sababu wamerealize kile walikuwa wanafanya kule Francophone countries hakiwezekani. Na pia wakikuja huku kwa Anglophone, wana realize they just can't because they never colonized us.
Hatuna shida na wao number one. But number two pia, hawa watu ni wajanja. Sisi sasa wa Afrika ambao wali colonized na Waingereza. Wali koloniniwa. Ndio hivyo.
Sasa wameona the only way to approach these guys and benefit from them is if there is mutual benefit.
Ndio.
Yeah. Hakuna exploitation pale.
Lazima iweko. Wajua the key thing, mimi si walaumu hawa watu.
Wa Faransa
or Waingereza or anybody else in this time and in this day and age, for the simple reason. Remember we asked this question of the good doctor when we had a chat with him here.
Yes, Dr. Muraguri.
Yes, and asked, who is it who is going to negotiate for us? Are they capable of negotiating for our benefit? The French already know what they want.
Yeah.
They will send negotiators who are going to ensure that they put France first.
Yes.
Do we have people who will be able to put Kenya first?
So we meet in the middle.
Yes. Okay. Meaning people who will know and say, guys, we accept that you must benefit, but we also must. And the more we benefit, the more you benefit.
So you give us euros, we give you the expertise, we give you the brains, and we give you the product of our land.
That's something similar, because every time we talk about agreements we've had, we like the SGR, the saga around it, the MES project in the Uhuru era, and you're asking, guys, who signed these things? What did they agree on?
Nikubaya city.
Yes, exactly. I mean, how did we end up here?
We shall be talking about that and much more. Now, let's get on to radiogeneration.co.ke, where you will find all the trending stories. Now, there's a breaking story here that has just been posted a few hours ago. Mali's Defense Minister Sadio Kamara killed amid coordinated attacks. Mali's Defense Minister Sadio Kamara killed amid coordinated attacks. This is by Samuel Otieno. Now, Mali's Defense Minister General Sadio Kamara has been killed amid coordinated attacks on military sites across the country, sources told Al Jazeera. The news on Sunday came a day after his residence in the Garrison town of Kati came under attack during the simultaneous attacks launched by an Al-Qaeda affiliate and Tuareg rebels on Saturday. Kamara was a central figure in the military government that seized power after back-to-back coups in 2020 and 2021. So that's as far as Mali is concerned, that Central African country. Hii ni mbaya. Defense Minister ameuawa kule Mali. ODM rift widens as Linda Mwananchi plans 2027 presidential bid. Okay.
The ones were in Kisumu are Linda who?
Linda Mwananchi.
Okay.
So they are saying this. Tensions within the Orange Democratic Movement have deepened after a breakaway group, Linda Mwananchi, announced plans to field its own presidential candidate in 2027 general elections, opening a fresh wave of internal political battles as competition over succession intensifies. The announcement was made during a rally in Kisumu where leaders allied to the faction declared a clear shift away from the party's current direction, signaling growing cracks inside one of Kenya's most influential opposition parties. As the center of the push is Siaya, or rather at the center of the push is Siaya Governor James Orengo, who told supporters that the group was ready to take a new political path while defending the legacy associated with Raila Odinga. I saw one video of Mheshimiwa Orengo akisema he is the party leader of Orange Democratic Party.
Of course he is.
And I think walisema pia the deputy party leader ni Godfrey Osotsi. Actually, it's written here. By 2027, Linda Mwananchi must have a presidential candidate, Orengo declared to a cheering crowd, and remarks that immediately raised the stakes within ODM. Now, in a bold move that escalates internal tensions, Orengo announced a parallel leadership structure, naming himself acting party leader, Godfrey Osotsi as deputy and Edwin Sifuna as sec-gen. The move is widely viewed as a direct challenge to the party's established leadership. The developments point to a growing rival center of influence within ODM as disagreements sharpen over how the party should position itself ahead of the next election and in a post-Raila political period.
I wouldn't take any of this seriously.
He didn't say that he is the party leader of Atios Linda Mwananchi and also the deputy party leader of Linda Mwananchi. No. They said they are the leaders of Orange Democratic Movement.
Once again, I wouldn't take it too seriously. No, not really. The term flash in the pan comes to mind.
Yeah.
And the term political rhetoric that has matured with the time and which is the flavor of the season also comes to mind. And it's early days yet. There is a simple and very logical process of longevity. We use the word sustainability with regards to this. This is good. This is exciting. There are people who want to know which way forward, and they come to hear if indeed they can hear the way forward. Whether it's Mwananchi, the other one's Linda Ground. Whichever one it is.
Yes.
Again, early days yet, because it is still exciting. It is exciting because it also offers a catharsis after the passing of Raila Odinga. That his party is still alive, vibrant. Yes, there are disagreements clearly, but that party had disagreements. They're just that not in the open as they are now. Early days yet. Everybody will say what they want to do, how they want to do it, but the thing that they will not tell you is how it is they intend to make the lives of the Mwananchi better. Again, let me repeat for the fourth time, it's early days yet. It is exciting. Excitements die down. Then we start asking the hard questions, and we ask which way forward, and we also start asking the hard questions. We have understood what you have said with great clarity. So now, tell us, please, how is our life going to be better? Yes.
Give us your plan.
These things have happened before. There are people who come up and, man, are they popular? Are they really, really popular? And movements like this also come about, and there are people who are the leading lights of it. And As time goes on, suddenly find other lights have come on and you're wondering where did these ones come from.
Yeah.
These things can also get hijacked. So let me repeat again, it is early days yet.
Now, the Kenya Human Rights Commission plans to sue UDA of alleged unpaid pay taxes of 69 million. The Kenya Human Rights Commission has announced plans to sue the United Democratic Alliance, accusing the ruling party of mismanaging public funds and failing to remit taxes amounting to 69 million, according to findings by the Auditor General. In a statement issued on April 26th, KHRC said it was taking legal action against UDA and its officials for allegedly mismanaging public funds, breaking statutory and constitutional provisions, and failing to meet their tax obligations. 69 million. Si UDA ndio inatumia tulipe taxes. Si UDA ndio imefanya watu walipe hizi malevi zote zinalipangwa from housing to nini. Hii UDA moja tu hii. Alafu hao wenyewe hawajalipa taxes za 69 million. So nyinyi mjalipa 69 million, muna expect Mkenya alipe 1,000? Mko na moral authority ya kusema Wakenya walipe tax kweli? Kama nyinyi wenyewe hamjalipa 69 million. Mnaenda bunge kule hivyo mnapitisha ma laws zenye hata nyinyi wenyewe mfuati. Hiyo kweli ni ungwana city? Ni ungwana?
Bro,
si ungwana city.
As far as I'm concerned, the taxes should be paid.
Taxes should be paid.
It's that simple.
But UDA 69 million.
Bro, whether it is UDA or UWF or WWF
or WPF,
it doesn't really matter. Or ODM or DCP.
Me, I'm just calling out the hypocrisy, man.
I'm in agreement with you. That's what I'm saying. Everybody should pay.
UDA mnafaa kulipa pesa bwana. Si mnaenda kwa parliament, mnaekea Kenyans taxes. Si ndio walifanya Wakenya waandamane rather mwaka wa 2024 mwezi wa 6.
Ni wao.
Ambapo Wakenya wengi sana walipoteza maisha yao.
Ni wao.
Alafu tunafuatilia tunapata hao.
Walielezwa wakakataa kusikia.
Wale Wakenya walipoteza maisha ni sababu hawa tu waliunga mkono ule mswada wa finance plan. Finance bill.
Walielezwa no. It is a plan.
Yes.
It is a plan.
Right.
Walielezwa vizuri sana baba, hii haitufai. Na kuna wale ambao tuliwapigia kura ambao kusema kweli wamefanya kazi wetu. But mara kwa mara nafikiria wanasahau.
Naam.
Wanajiona kama viongozi
kabisa.
Si watumishi. Wakasema, what do you mean?
What say you?
Kwa nini? What do you...
Makosa. Acha nikwambie ile laana inafuata watu ambao wanafanya Wakenya wenzao ama binadamu wenzao wakufe.
Yalitokea na tunayajua.
Si sawa. Hiyo tunasema si sawa. Lakini kwa sasa tufanye kitu inaitwa traffic update.
Sawa kabisa.
Haya.
Traffic.
Nikiangalia what is map in Swahili, by the way? Someone tell me what maps is in Swahili, but as we find out what that is, as we look at this beautiful roads of Nairobi, I'm looking at the map of Ngong Road right now, and it's looking quite fine. Nothing crazy, nothing out of the ordinary. For example, Junction Mall pale naona ka traffic ameshikana leo. Kwani ni saa ngapi? 6:33. Leo inaka si kawaida. Edna Mombasa ananiambia map ni ramani. Asante sana producer. Super producer amesema map ni ramani. Alright, so hiyo ni ramani ya Ngong Road. Ngong Road yaoneshana kana kwamba barabara iko sawa, lakini unapoungana pale na barabara ya Haile Selassie, ramani yangu hiyo word naitumia mpaka mchoke. Ramani yangu inaoneshana ya kwamba kuna msongamano wa magari pale Railways bus stage as you're heading towards Landis Road. So that means that if you guys are using those roads at that particular pathway. But let me just confirm with Thika Superhighway. Thika Superhighway, si mnajuanga tu ramani yangu inaonyesha pale hiyo stretch ya kutoka Utalii Hotel heading all the way to Hash Grill is bumper to bumper right now. Pale Muthaiga Police Station, if you're coming from Kiambu, you're jam-packed. Funny enough, interesting enough, today Muthaiga is clean kabisa. No traffic to report. Juja inakaa iko sawa, haina shida yoyote. Alafu tukirudi nyuma kidogo kule sehemu za Kariobangi huko barabara za Islando, hizo zote ziko sawa. Alafu tuende hapa ni wapi naona red line. Utawala. Okay, leo Utawala kuna traffic, guys. So if you're coming from Mihango heading towards the Eastern Bypass, if you're using the Eastern Bypass, you said same as Utawala, it's bumper to a bumper right now. If I just check out Mombasa iko vipi? Acha nikuambie Mombasa kuko vipi. Nikiangalia Nkuruma Road iko sawa, Moi Avenue iko sawa kabisa. Hii ni Kikowani, Mzizima kule kote, hiyo barabara yote iko fiti. Sidiria huko hamna shida yote. Landi ya Makupa pia hiyo barabara yote na iko sawa sawa. If you go to the main what island? The continent. Yes, I'm looking at Links Road, Nyali Road, uko kote kuna kaa sawa sawa. But if you see something I need to know about, well, you know where to find me. Holla at your brother.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
Let me start by looking at the Standard newspaper. They are saying triumphant entry. Kisumu roared back to life as the Linda Mwananchi faction led by James Orengo, Babu Owino and Edwin Sifuna stormed the city and crashed attempts to block their rally. Crowds overwhelmed goons, tore down barricades and cleared the way for a defiant procession. Speaker after speaker tore into the government, accusing it of failure and reigniting anti-Ruto chants. The rally revived the spirit of Raila Odinga and exposed a fierce battle for his base, leaving William Ruto and Oburu Oginga facing a restless, unconvinced stronghold. My goodness. That crowd is huge.
It is.
It is on page 4, eh?
Very huge.
It's very huge. Alafu wanasema malaria slow decline in Kisumu. Once a leading cause of child hospital admissions, malaria is becoming less deadly owing to access to vaccines. Stories on page 4 and 5. Okay. Breakthrough. Sawe shatters sub 2-hour marathon barrier. This guy ran 1 hour, 59 minutes and 30 seconds.
Yep.
Then mwenye alimfuata nyuma akakimbia 1 hour, 59 minutes and 49 seconds.
Pia ni sawa tu.
You can find, see, ni sawa, wali break record. Wame break record ya Kelvin Kiptum, the late. I think Kelvin did 2 hours 3 minutes.
He did.
Yeah, so these ones have done 1 hour 59 minutes.
Yep.
And 30 seconds and 49 seconds respectively. This is great, man.
Super kabisa.
And they have also broken Eliud Kipchoge's unofficial record of 1 hour 59 minutes and I can't remember the exact seconds that he ran. But, you know, even he went on to social media, that is now Eliud Kipchoge,
to congratulate this fellow.
Akawaambia, guys,
well done.
Now you have set a record that shows that enyewe no human is limited. All right? Alafu tuko naye hapa the Star newspaper. Transforming Kenya's digital future inside ICT Authority CEO's agenda. That story is on page 6. Fears after gunmen kill 7 in Kitui and 1 survivor hospitalized. We saw DIG Lagat heading over there. I think it was yesterday because hii mambo ilifanyika Saturday usiku. So DIG Lagat alienda kule akaweza kuongea na familia zilizoathiriwa and he promised swift action. So he called on the security leaders within that particular area, from the police to other county commissioners na wakasikizana how they're going to deal with this, because these folks came from a neighboring county. They didn't say which county, but I know the only other county that is very close there is Garissa. So they're saying neighboring county, some folks came, killed these folks, burnt their houses and their shops, broke into the shops, stole things, electronics such as fridges, and so on and so forth. Mimi mwali waliniboni walichoma mpaka chakula bana.
You want to ask what the problem really was? Are these really bandits?
I don't know. That is why we expect the police to give us a report after their investigations. First of all, could it be someone who's just trying to sabotage security,
or stir up certain emotions, and to conflict is started in such ways where it is rumored that some people from some place have raided, and then you suddenly find you have a clan war going on.
So is it, do we have people who just want to start something?
That is up to the police to tell us.
Watatuambia. But the main headline says GMO debate divides Kenyans as hunger bites and yields fall. They're saying that story is on page 4 to 5. Yeah? Farmers' earnings have dropped with 3.3 million people facing starvation. Linda Mwananchi defy intimidation attract a massive crowd in Kisumu. Whoa. YDP is taking Ruto's vote hunt to the village ahead of election. There's something interesting that Farouk Kibet said. I can't remember. I think he was somewhere in Western County. Well, one of the Western counties. Na walikuwa kule na mheshimiwa Wetangula, speaker wa bunge. Wakaongea na kuna watu wengine waliongea kadha waheshimiwa, lakini kuna kitu Farouk Kibet alisema after President Ruto ametoka usukani mwaka wa 2032, that is 2032, he said that the next president should be a Luya. He said that the next president should be a Luya. And I'm thinking, but there's one side of Ruto that is saying that the next president should be Professor Kindiki. Then this other person, who is also a presidential, because he's President Ruto's aide, anasema ya kwamba after Ruto inafaa kuwa ni Mluya. So I'm like, can you guys make up your mind?
No, they're testing the waters. They're testing the waters.
Bruh, they just need votes for 2027.
They do.
I don't think they really care what. Well, they might care, but not now. I don't think right now, as of today, this is 27th of April 2026.
Where was Kibet when he was saying this?
Farouk. It was a function in some Western county. I really
Precisely.
can't remember which one.
What did you expect him to say when he was in the part of Western Kenya?
Anything other than that?
No. You really think that he's in Western and they are there to try and woo votes, and you are saying
so
you think he would say anything other than what he said?
So when he goes to Kitui County or Machakos or Makueni, should he say that after 2032 mheshimiwa Dr. Alfred Mutua anafaa kukuwa president? Akienda Kitui atasema hivyo ama Machakos ama Makueni?
The discussion here is not who should be president and who shouldn't. The discussion is who has the votes. Where are you likely to harvest an abundance of votes?
That is why I'm telling you, right now, when Farouk Kibet and team were making that statement, or rather when he was making that statement, he was just looking for votes for 2027. Sababu zile za, so tukimvotia, mtatu support 2032.
In political parties, we have seen the party leader going to certain places with individuals, lifting their hands and saying, si huyu ni sawa.
Huyu anatosha.
Watu wanasema, come elections.
Hiyo kidogo.
Somebody else.
Isitosha.
Unakuta unga sasa imezidi maji.
Yule mwenye wako anatosha, suddenly anatosha.
Unashangaa na imetokeaje?
I watched that and I was like, come on guys. You know, it's like when I don't know if this has happened to you, but you know when a chick calls you on a Friday, bro, wewe jua tu ni pesa unatoanishwa. Dema kupigia simu on a Friday, mambo city, anki nimekuona kwa YouTube manzeni ulikuwa na interview wewe jua ni pesa unaitishwa. Okay? Na hata kupigia wewe, alafu anipigie, mbuvi acha nikwambie, man hiyo interview venye mlidu, kwanza wewe ndio ulikill. Wewe jua tu ni pesa inaitishwa.
Paul, the women whom I'm likely to know well
will not make that phone call.
Our age is approximate. Now, I'm trying to imagine how someone's grandmother is going to call me.
Let me like, hey, CD, hiyo interview vinyo ulifanya. Hiyo kwanza vinyo uliuliza Muraguri kama kutakuwa na pesa ya Kenya. Hiyo iliniua. Sasa si unitumie ya uji.
No, what do you mean? We are current in social media. Ya macho.
So that is what Farouk Kibet was doing in Western.
That is what he is expected to do.
So when they come to Kitui, they'll say the same about...
No, they won't.
Okay. Let's check out...
They will tell Kitui people to join with UDA.
Yes. Mtu join
ili
ndio Kalonzo wakati wa 2032 tumupatie kiti.
Unasikia hiyo sasa? Si umeshika vibe.
Na mkaangalia Wakamba mkoona nani tunakuanga na akili manji. Hata niangalia Acha nikwambie. Are you okay?
I am fine, thank you.
Acha niwaambie Kenya taifa leo inasema. Lakini Wakamba sikizangi mambo kama hiyo by the way.
Wakamba wapi lakini?
Usiongee mbaya. Tunaweza kutumia nyuki hapa kwa studio.
Sawa Paul, nimekushika.
Linda mwananchi wateka Kisumu. Hivyo ndivyo taifa leo wanasema.
There's a beautiful crowd there, man.
Bro, this crowd is huge.
There was a beautiful crowd, my friend. Beautiful.
But what does it mean?
Thank you.
Yes. So wanasema Linda mwananchi wateka Kisumu. Kikosi cha Sifuna cha faulu kuingia jijini Kisumu na kuvutia umati licha ya vitisho vya awali vya kukizuia kuingia. Vitisho awali. Kundi la Sifuna lilikuwa limetishiwa na baadhi ya wanasiasa kuwa hawangeruhusiwa kuingia Kisumu. Dalili za mwanzoni zilikuwa mbaya baada ya wahuni wenye mipini kujitokeza kutibua mkutano huo. Mipini ni batons, viboko. Okay.
So wajua zile nini walipewa zile za ambazo zinawekwa kwa jembe zile.
Okay. Sebastian Sawe, raia wa Kenya, asherehekea baada ya kushinda mbio za London Marathon kwa kutumia kasi ya juu zaidi kuwahi kushuhudiwa duniani ya saa 1 dakika 59 na sekunde 30, ambayo ni rekodi mpya ya dunia. Hiyo utaipata habari yote katika ukurasa wa 19. Ruto amlima Rigathi akisifu Kindiki Tharaka. You see? So they go to Tharaka, then they say this.
But you know, it makes perfect sense.
Yes.
For Kindiki to continue being deputy if William is going to stand.
Yeah.
See, this idea and this obsession with having a deputy president as a show of power. A deputy president is as powerful as the person.
Yeah.
Even the presidency, it's as powerful as the person who is sitting on that particular seat. I understood this in the Moi era when there was a guy called Nicholas Biwott. Nicholas Biwott was Minister for Energy. I didn't even understand what was the big thing about energy.
Yes.
Until I understood Ioni, Kenya Power and Electricity. Nika understand oil when I understood it. He is a man who didn't speak much. Not really.
Yeah.
But that man was powerful. You see, Paul, these are the things that you must understand. There's always a season for everything. At the height of his power, there was nobody who could challenge the power of one Nicholas Biwott. That faded. Do you know who beat him for the central seat?
Who?
Kipchumba Murkomen. A newbie.
Kipchumba alitandika the total man.
Okay? In that same era, we had people who were powerful like Oyugi.
Yes.
In that era of Moi, we had people who are powerful, like Sheriff Nasir, who held sway.
Yes.
That I call Njuno, people who held sway. Okay? We had people like Okiki Amayo, people who are powerful beyond words. People whom you heard their names, you knew we are talking to power. Does anybody even remember them?
Nope.
That's what I'm saying, there's a season, and this is the season for Sifuna et al.
Yeah.
For Orengo, it's a resurrection. This is a man who is a committed career revolutionary, okay?
Yeah.
And he has found a new vibe, and it is good for him.
How old is Orengo?
Orengo should be well in his 70s. 80, should we say that the next turn is the 8th floor?
Okay.
Yes. But this is their season, this is their time, okay? Like others, they will rise, we will hear about them, they'll tell us things, and then a time will come when they will never be, not be remembered. They will never be remembered.
I feel like this Linda Mwananchi group will be what Raila was to every other government.
They are trying to get to that point, and that's why I told you it is early days yet. I use the word longevity, I use the word sustainability. These are things that we do not know about. That's why I'm saying it's early days yet.
Okay.
Everything I'm seeing now, this is my perspective. It is a season for it, and I can understand. Raila has passed on. There's a vacuum. There's no one to do what he was doing, and these people want to claim the mantle. It's not the ODM mantle, if you ask me, that they're seeking to capture. They're seeking to capture that space where Raila was the voice that would stand in the middle. When things went left and right, Raila would be there to stand and say, guys, perhaps a little handshake would be in order. But these guys are starting by saying they do not want any of this nonsense. Everybody says that. Uhuru said he didn't want a handshake. What did we observe? A handshake. Ruto said it even louder. Handshake. What? Who?
He said never.
Never. He sings well. He joined in and said, Kwanza mweka mtego. Okay?
Tumeka mtego pale. Tukaweka ingine pale. State House nimeweka mtego pale.
Right. Where are we now? There was a handshake. So, when these fellows tell you, us, government, please, it is a time for populism. It's a time for people to take advantage of this so-called wave.
Yeah.
It is early days yet.
Mimi acha nikwambie ukweli. Ninaona linda mwananchi, if they do not form the next government, for sure, they will become the headache that Raila was for every other government after that.
What if they disintegrate?
Well, we shall find out.
My point exactly.
Urusi haijaacha kuajiri wa Kenya kuipigania. Yabainika wa Kenya bado wanasaka kazi ya kupigana Ukraine licha ya vilio hatua hiyo ikomeshwe. Do you know who is fighting for the Ukraine government?
Kenyans.
Colombians,
not Kenyans?
Nope. Colombians. Si Russia ilikuja Afrika. Ukraine ikaenda Latin America. Na imeokota watu huko property.
Na wako wengi.
Na wako pale frontline. And you know those are the likes of Pablo Escobar. They don't care. Last but not least, mswada hatari kwa magavana bungeni. Hiyo utaipata katika ukurasa wa 3. Over to you, City Muga.
Over to me. Why civil servants, teachers reject SHA? You're talking about teachers, civil servants and doctors. We will have this chat when we have the chairman of the Social Health Authority, and we'll look at it in greater detail. And he is the right person to explain to us and to tell us what it is that is actually happening. The Sebastian Sawe story, that is ongoing. It's in all papers. The Sifuna Orengo ODM camp rose in Kisumu. This will bring problems. You cannot name this as Sifuna Orengo ODM camp when there are other people who in their own way consider themselves to be equally significant. Inaanzaga hivi. Gunman attacks Trump event ahead of King Charles's visit. Story on page 22. That I'm reading, it tells you Trump is still alive. The gunman did not succeed. All right. We have person in the news, a lady by the name of Lillian Nyawanda. This lady, I think, is the acting KRA boss. KRA ends manual VAT export entries, tightens refund claims. I see. Billing for Kenyan power imports from Addis triples to 8 billion. Market shift as life insurance revenues beat general cover. Makes sense. Life insurance actually requires that you die for it to take effect, unless, of course, you decide to take an alternative. Legal hitch stalled sale of state's 43% stake in the Viceroy maker. Okay? Conflicts in two laws have stalled the sale of the government's 43.77% stake in the wine and spirits firm that distributes Amarula and Viceroy, delaying the bidding for the shares valued at 3.3 billion. All right. The freshly amended Privatization Act, which guides sales of shares, is in conflict with the Public Finance Management Act on the transaction in companies where the government does not have majority ownership. Small little hitch. The thing I love about these problems is every time we have a hitch and the reference point is the law, the Constitution, we learn a little more about the Constitution.
Yes.
We are forced to understand our laws even if you didn't want it. So now here you have something interesting. The Privatization Act in conflict with the Public Finance Management Act, PFM Act. Bang in the middle of this particular paper, World Bank's 3 hurdles block 96 billion Kenyan loan. Lenders want laws on stipends, green bonds, forest cover. Nairobi eyes extra fund over Iran war, economic shocks. The World Bank has cited 3 hurdles that Kenya must clear before it unfreezes a 96 billion loan ahead of June 30th amid the economic shocks triggered by the Iranian war. The multilateral lender reckons it will release the billions once Kenya passes regulations indicating the criteria it uses to determine the beneficiaries of monthly stipends offered to orphans, the elderly, and persons living with disabilities. So we've been giving out people money. But clearly there doesn't seem to be a lot that supports it, which means it's one of those situations where you could argue somebody found a loophole in which money is allocated and documentation is provided that monies have been given, but you're not sure what they mean because there is no law that guides you as to what the ceiling is, what you give, the regularity of it, and everything that has to do with these stipends. Okay?
Yep.
World Bank has said,
Kidogo.
can we see this? Which means the World Bank is telling us what to legislate on, isn't it?
Clearly.
Yep. We aren't far removed from the days of structural adjustment program. This is just it, where we give you money based on condition. These guys never learn. Why do you think it is that we went to China?
Because they have cheaper loans that do not have a lot of questions?
Well, if you say that's what you're going to do, see, it's your problem, and then you're going to pay. Yes. Yet, on the other hand, the World Bank is doing us a favor. The same favor that we have when we talk about the law. We then understand. I didn't even understand there was such a stipend. Now I know there's such a stipend.
Yes.
I also didn't know that there was no act or there are no details that explain or determine how this thing should be activated or actioned on. So now I know. So on this one, World Bank, thank you. Now we know. And let's see how the government twists and turns to find ways and means of moving around it or going beside it, or doing whatever it is that we Kenyans do in such situations. Okay? There are those who are saying, yes, it is good for the government. What happens with some of these things is, what is 80% of our revenue going on to pay these debts? By the time we get on to the new financial year, we'll probably be paying 90% of our revenue to paying debts. Now, when we get there, what will be staring at us in the face is default. There are those who are screaming very loudly, oh no, this. Do they know what happens if we default? We don't care. We'll default. We've had such things before. When Ruto and Uhuru were inducted by the ICC, Isaac Ruto specifically loud on this particular issue. Don't be vague. Let's go to The Hague. The option was go to Arusha. Because Arusha had the capacity to hold such case or hold it internally. Don't be vague. Let's go to The Hague. They went to The Hague. And that could not have been a pleasant experience. No. The East African, Uganda's headache as Dangote eyes Tanga. Why the headache? Well, Africa's richest man, so I'm told, plans to build a big oil refinery in Tanzanian coast. It rattles Kampala. It does. Who are looking to make a final investment decision on Hoima facility by July. This is the same thing. Building an East African refinery so that Uganda, Kenya can have their oil refined, refined locally. That should do some wonders for us. Okay? But there's an article that I'm not going to read, but I just want to mention it. It's by Charles Onyango Obo. And it's on page, which page is this? It's whatever page it is, 15 actually. Kenya's 2027 election comes as a puzzle. It has a goat in the pen, a goat outside. The old ghosts of ethnic nationalism and populist demagoguery have returned.
Demagoguery.
But they lack the moderating national figure. The moderating national figure is we know who it was, wasn't it? So when you talk about the space that is being fought for, the demagoguery is what the weapon that is being used as people fight for this particular space, the vacuum we spoke on earlier. Right.
Norma.
Tensions brew in Ethiopia's Tigray. History coming to bite us. Remember the Tigrayan War?
Yes, the one that was really bad. Na walijaribu kanyagia lakini ilikuanga mbaya.
Yes, you need to understand the history behind it. This country had an emperor. Where did the emperor come from? And when he was in power, what did he do? What was the role of Tigray? Tigray in many ways was like Ukraine in the times of the USSR. It was where they had military hardware being... Remember, Russia supported this regime. Military hardware, planes, what have you. So these fellows got to a point where they thought, we can do this thing alone. The war didn't start with them. The Ogaden, where the Somalis are in Ethiopia, had similar thinkings. The Eritreans thought about this, then they actually moved. That region, secessionism, fighting, sovereignty, the bane of our existence in Eastern Central Africa. Yes.
All right. We're taking a short break, get into the news. When we return, of course, check out some of your salams and introduce our guest for that particular hour.
It's 7 o'clock.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Police have arrested one person of alleged incitement linked to the killing of a Garissa taxi driver last week. The arrest of Bare Sahara follows the circulation of a video in which the suspect is allegedly heard making remarks seen as calling for retaliation over the killing of the taxi driver in Garissa last week. Authorities say the clip also touches on religious tensions and urges action if justice is not served. Wiper Party leader Kalonzo Musyoka is calling for disarmament exercise in Kitui County following a deadly attack at Kwakamari Trading Center in Sekuru that left 7 people dead. Musyoka also urged the Inspector General of Police Douglas Kanja to deploy more security officers to the area. He says this will help prevent further retaliatory attacks between communities involved in a conflict over grazing land.
Kenya wenzenu wamekasirishwa na serikali ambayo haijali maisha ya watu wake. Watu huko Ukambani jana usiku wameua watu 7. Wanapiga risasi. Mama anapatikana akipiga chapati, anapigwa risasi. Kwa hivyo serikali hii ya Bwana Ruto, badala ya kulinda maisha ya wanadamu wa Kenya, badala ya kulinda, anatuma wauni wakisindikizwa na polisi kwenda hata kuvamia makanisa.
Suba North Member of Parliament Millie Odhiambo is urging members of the Orange Democratic Movement to stay calm and solve their disagreements in a respectful way. She says the party should allow internal democracy, meaning everyone should be heard instead of being silenced or mistreated. According to her, when members are treated badly, it can actually make them more popular.
And I want to say here, without fear, that I had warned even against us chasing Sifuna from the party. And the reason is because I knew by the nature of his politics, he was bound at some point to leave. Yeah. But when we mistreat somebody, then we make him a hero. We have created a hero out of Sifuna. I'm not saying he's not a hero, but he wasn't what he is now. Our mistreating Sifuna is what has made Sifuna a hero.
The United Democratic Alliance has gained political momentum in Busia following the defection of 10 members from the Orange Democratic Movement. The move signals shifting political alignments ahead of the 2027 general election. These defections align with the larger trend in Western and Nyanza regions, where UDA is actively recruiting to weaken ODM's influence.
9 wanatoka ODM wanaingia UDA. Kama inapigwa jeki na inasonga mbele, na tunawarai wengine wote wakuja kwa gari kubwa ambayo iko na engine mzuri, iko na dereva akili safi, na tunasonga mbele vizuri.
Nataka kuhimiza chama, sisi mtupee nguvu kwa ground. Sisi tunatoka hapa tunaenda kukusanya watu ya Funyula wote. Samia mzima wakati huu itapeana candidates wote wa UDA.
Na tunaomba Mheshimiwa Rais, kama Busia, please don't succumb to the pressure of saying you want to zone Busia County.
US President Donald Trump and his team were likely the targets of a man who tried to attack during the White House Correspondents' Dinner Authorities say the suspect, a 31-year-old man named Cole Thomas Allen, was arrested after he fired shots near a security area at a hotel in Washington, D.C. on Saturday. Acting U.S. Attorney General Todd Blanche said they are still investigating why the man carried out the attack. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor!
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Welcome back indeed. How are you doing? It is now 6 minutes past 7 o'clock. Shout out to the following folks. Kunae the real SC. Kuna Njuki Mungai amesema, si Njuki but Alex Gyoka amesema in 1994 Mtongwe Ferry ilizama. Yes indeed, hiyo tulikuwa tumeisema. Alafu kunae Samuel Maina. Good morning people. City, ulifanya my assignment?
I did, and Google doesn't know that person.
So that's it. That's where we...
Actually, no, it doesn't end there. Why does he not tell us what it is that he wanted to know about this individual? Because he clearly seems to know more about this person than we do.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's some information he's targeting.
Yes, I did look for this person, not known.
All right, sawa basi then. It is what it is. Samuel atuambie.
Wacha tuambie.
Na Samuel ukituambia, we shall do the necessary. My take 2.2 amesema, since it's been concluded that crowds in rallies equal to votes, going by the one in Kisumu, we can comfortably say the recently held rally in Murang'a is equal to votes for UDA.
No, we cannot say. Crowds on a weekend are crowds, that's what it is. And rallies are entertainment. There is no policy discussed at rallies.
Yeah.
It is hype.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yes.
So long as that is what is happening, there is hardly any meeting that politicians have in this country that doesn't have a crowd. It's a question of the size of the crowd.
Yeah.
Okay?
The real estate amesema, good morning, 1:59:30. 1 hour 59 minutes and 30 seconds. The real estate, good morning to you. He's watching all the way from Minnesota, isn't he? Aya, Peter wa Manchester amesema one term. Aya, Peter, sawa. Morris and that amesema, good morning Radio Generation. Hope the week will be awesome. Well, we hope so too. Alafu. Wacha nione mwingine mwenye sijasoma yake. I think nimesoma zote hizo, zingine nikubalieni nitaziangalia wakati unapoendelea. In this hour I want to talk about milestones in the universal health coverage. With us is the chairperson of the Social Health Authority, SHA, Dr. Abdi Mohamed. Daktari, a very good morning to you and welcome back to Radio Generation.
Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me once more, and I'm happy to be here.
Yes. I saw your team started tweeting about this show yesterday, and I said indeed daktari akikuja hapa kwa kweli we shall have an awesome conversation.
Because now I have a team. Previously the organization was undergoing some sort of changes.
Right.
I have now close to 600 staff who we have recruited through a competitive process, both from the former NHIF and from outside. So we have a mixed team, but there's still 200 more to come on board.
Okay.
Hopefully that will be the end of our teething problems and we will start running.
Okay.
Yes.
Whatever happened to the ones that were never absorbed, or the ones who will not be absorbed from former NHIF?
So the law allowed them to exercise 3 options. One was to apply and be transitioned. 2 was to retire. And 3 was to be absorbed back into the public service. So those who did not manage to secure, or who deliberately did not apply to be transitioned to SHA went to Public Service Commission for redeployment, and they are already in the whole public service.
Okay.
I know many are in the ministries, in other parastatals. So the one thing that we made sure is that they are secure in terms of they don't lose their job, and secondly they also don't get disadvantaged in terms of salary.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so at least si ati walipotelea mahali uko kwa misitu.
No. We had to make sure that the exercise is humane and fair to everyone.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, in terms of some of the things, some of the headlines we have been seeing in the newspapers and also on TV, every time Aden Duale, the CS, comes, he will tell us something. Some money is lost somewhere. Or what is usually the message? Because is it misconstrued? Is money lost? Is that money that could have been lost? Like there's a time he mentioned 50 billion, and I think lately he mentioned some 12 billion somewhere. When he says these figures, what exactly is he talking about?
So mainly I say it's something to do with misquoting or misunderstanding, because what the communication is, these are claims that have been rejected.
Yeah.
So meaning we did not pay. Some had issues because of the usual business rules that you apply to. Some were outright fraudulent. So when you reject, then it's money that maybe you would have paid if you are not keen in doing and reviewing your claims.
So that is money that has been saved from loss.
Yes.
Like that time he flagged, was it one couple, one person with 50 wives and 375 children?
No, so you will find that the system flags some of these issues. That this person has gone to this hospital 5 times within a day, with different claims, with different disease processes. So you can clearly see there's something amiss. So the first thing usually is we stop. Then we do surveillance to just confirm what was happening. And if we find that there was an error or it was fraud, then we take the necessary action.
Okay.
Yes.
So like in this case of this man with 50 wives and 300 children, is that person going to be prosecuted? Is he going to be stricken off the SHA register?
No, what happens is when the system flags, then you are able just to stop all the other disabled. So it's just the necessary administrative actions and see where the weakness has arisen.
Okay.
For that to happen, there must have been some sort of a glitch somewhere.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, this issue with teachers,
Yes.
what exactly is the problem? I thought there's a time I saw the CS went and sat with Kupet and Nat and various other stakeholders na tukajua mambo imekuwa sawa. This is a couple of weeks ago. Then kidogo ninaona walimu wana threaten kustrike tena.
So there is always it's necessary to give some background on some of these issues so that people understand the gist of where the problem is. So teachers were in another private insurance, I think in 3 consortium sort of, because the risk is too big. Very few private insurances can take up the teachers alone.
That number is huge.
It's too huge.
Okay.
Huge in the sense that previously there were around 350 something thousand in the previous, or 360 something thousand in the previous scheme.
Right.
So when they came on board to SHA, so the first thing is there was an additional 50,000 new teachers that have been added to the scheme. So we have 415,000 teachers.
Yes. 415,000.
Yes.
Okay.
Principal teachers.
Okay.
They have dependents, children, spouses.
Okay.
Their budget for them to continue in the private sector was supposed to be between 26 and 28 billion. That's what the private sector had asked for. But because we are aware that
billion was the cover.
Was their cover. No, previously it was 24
billion.
Yes, for the 360,000.
Okay.
For this what premium?
For this new premium, because there was an additional 50,000 that was supposed to be added, the premium was supposed to jump from 24 to either 26 or 28 to up to 28 billion.
I want you to pause for a second.
Yes.
There was a cover for teachers,
which they had with the private sector.
The private sector.
Yes.
And for
at
all
24 billion.
and for all the teachers, meaning secondary, primary teachers.
Teachers all.
Under TSC.
Under TSC.
That what was being paid for this cover
yes.
was 28 billion.
24
billion.
Yes.
And the government was paying this.
Yes.
Okay. Carry on.
So the new budget was around 28 billion. So then now they came to SHA. As because under SHIF we have one cover which is statutory anyway, that they are deducted.
Okay.
This is supposed to be enhanced, sort of a top up.
All right.
Which in any way the private sector would have done the same, because they ask for SHIF first to be deducted, then they pay.
Yes.
So then we say let them come to SHA so that we're able to manage. At what cost? At 15 billion.
An additional 15 billion.
Instead of the 28.
So this is cheaper for the government.
So
by
essentially,
far.
because SHIF is mandatory
yes.
for those who are employed,
yes.
all that was then required was not the payment of the 24 billion, but 15.
We say that 15 is reasonable enough for us to do, plus the usual SHIF that we have under SHA.
If you combine SHIF...
So this is enhanced for them?
Yes.
Okay. So they'll get the same benefits they used to get in the private sector?
The same. Nothing has changed.
Okay.
Nothing, even one benefit hasn't been reduced. We took it as is what it was.
All right.
So then what you need is to find a way of managing these resources reasonably. So they also came from a point of where they were only being seen in 800 facilities in total in the whole country.
How many facilities?
800.
Across the country?
Across the country.
Okay.
Now when we opened for them 10,000 facilities.
From 800 to 10,000?
Yes.
Okay.
Then we did not give them any limits on where they can go. So what that did is it created access. There were providers who never used to see teachers, but now have teachers on board. So we suffered from one problem in insurance. It's called moral hazard. So moral hazard occurs where the insured person does not care on what they use. They go back. If you have two people, one who's insured and one who's paying out of pocket, they will not utilize services the same way. This person who has an insurance, because they know they have already paid premium, they will go back as many times as they wish. But when you are paying out of your pocket, you become reasonable.
But let me ask this question.
Yes.
There is no insurance where you can go as often as you like. There's always a cap.
So the cap usually arises in the benefit. So you are told your outpatient limit is 100,000. So you know you have 100,000. So if you go and use 2,000, go back again another 3,000. Go back another 5,000.
So you're within your limit.
You are still seeing your limit. So you are not worried about how many times you have gone.
Okay.
So that is number one. Number two, providers also have this. Also, the moral hazard occurs in them as well, because this is now they just look at what is your limit. Then they go for it. So they deduct as much as possible in one sitting. So what we were trying to do is create some order save the teacher from being misused in terms of their limits being depleted quickly.
Yes.
Because you see, when it's depleted, you go for outpatient and you use 20,000 in one sitting. You go back another. So it means in a year, you only have 5 visits of 2020. Your 100,000 is finished.
Yes.
Then you are thrown out of, now you start paying out of pocket.
Yes.
Now what happens is, because you don't have outpatient limits, then they go for your inpatient.
Okay.
They say hii ingefanywa outpatient, but because your outpatient is depleted na tunaona you have 2 million, wacha tukulaze hata kama ni siku moja. Then another 100 is knocked off.
Yeah.
So then you have to have some rules to say, okay, yes, we have let me not use the word liberated you by giving you more access. But it doesn't mean you also need to be taken advantage of. So we have to try and protect you.
Okay.
Because what happens is, once you deplete, now you are in the realm of ex gratia.
What exactly are you protecting them from?
The depletion. Because what happens is, when you are depleted and you are sick and the year hasn't ended, then now you don't have, you start paying out of pocket. And then you also bring another problem, which is ex gratia, which is out of mercy. Now imagine if all of you, or 10% of you, move into the space of ex gratia. The money that's available for ex gratia won't be enough. So what we are trying to say is, just within your limit, get the same services, but as many times as possible.
But
as many times as possible, so that you don't exhaust it quickly.
Daktari, how long were the teachers under this private cover?
For close to 10 years.
Did these same problems arise? Because there is no insurance that doesn't have a limit.
Yes, hence why they were reduced to 800 facilities. So you will find in one area they only have 1 or 2 facilities, or 3.
Meaning, when they started off, they had the availability of very many institutions.
Yes.
And then over time, the insurance, the private insurers decided to limit it to 800.
Yes. Or they started even with the 800. I don't know how the beginning started. But what I know is, as when they were leaving, they were limited to 800. And it's part of managing control, so that you don't have this. So for us at the beginning, we just opened it and we said, let's see. Then data comes in, because this scheme, it's, I think, the 4th month we are running, or is it the 5th month? Because we started December 1st, December, January, February, March, and then we are in April. So it's 4.5 months. So you now need to find a way of stabilizing and trying to see where is the utilization, which hospitals are these which are misusing, which county is the utilization highest. Then you will now come to see a pattern.
Yes.
In terms of region, in terms of hospitals, specific ones, and then you compare and see that there is a problem, because you cannot tell me that the hospitals in a certain county are sicker than the teachers in a certain county are sicker than the teachers in all other counties, or this hospital specifically has better service that teachers from across the country show up to be treated in this region. And we are talking simple things, outpatient. We are not even discussing major operations like cardiac surgeries and that. No, simple outpatient that you can easily get services from any of the, maybe most counties have an average of 300 to 400 outpatient centers. Most counties.
I want to ask this question.
Yes.
What is the outpatient limit for the teachers in the SHA scheme?
So they have different limits based on the job groups.
So you're saying different people contribute differently?
So when the teachers, the benefits, the same way like you would find in a private company, the sweeper and the cleaner or the front office and the CEO will not have the same limit.
Because they pay differently?
Yes. So what happens is for the teachers, the same. The job grade, the different job groups within the teachers' ranks have different limits in terms of their outpatient. And most of them from 100,000 to 200,000. So you will find they are within this limit, all of them.
All of them are between the limits of 100 to 200,000.
Yes.
The reason why I'm asking this question.
Yes.
This story of the teachers.
Yes.
The same with civil servants.
Yes.
There has been this story of 1,200, 2,000 at outpatient, and I was wondering, what on earth are they talking about? Because in all honesty, I read it, but it's not clear to me.
Okay, let me make it a little bit clearer today, and I hope even the listeners will also find it clear. So 1,200, 4,000, 3,000, 6,000, 10,000, whatever you can think of, is a number that is between SHA, the payer, and the provider. It has nothing to do with a teacher or a civil servant or police in terms of them knowing what we have agreed. Because I negotiate with a provider and I say, for this service, for example, CT scan, I will pay 10,000 shilling. There should be no co-payment when CT comes for treatment. Give him the CT scan and there you go. So that is the one thing that we did not conclude with the providers.
Yes.
So some providers now took advantage of the situation because we haven't yet negotiated and concluded.
Right.
Now started telling teachers, I'm being paid only 1,200, so you add something. So they have, but it has nothing. So the teacher, the beneficiary to the teacher is when 1,200 is deducted, the 100,000 can last now 100 times.
Yes,
rather than it being exhausted 10 times in 10 visits.
So you stretch it out.
Yes.
And it also then means you limit the service that you can provide.
No. Service is the same.
You see, if I go to hospital and my need is beyond this 1,200, how will I receive a service? Will the discussion of copay not then come into the discussion?
So your knee maybe requires more than 1,200.
Yes.
He comes, his HOMA requires 500 shilling. So the provider now sees there is a game of volume. For one patient, it will go a little bit higher. For another patient, it's way low. But me, who is the payer, will still pay the same amount.
Yes, you will.
I will still pay 1,200 for CT. This who has used 500, I will still pay 1,200. So what it does is, to the provider, it evens out at the end of the day, so that he is not at a loss, and he will not ask you extra, and he will not ask extra.
So what do you do with institutions or your providers who insist, knowing full well, as you say, that you haven't concluded your discussion or firmed an amount? How then do you resolve these issues? Because a lot of the noise we have heard have had to do with people going to hospital and not being able to receive the service.
Okay, thank you. So we resolved that, and we have agreed that we will open for the next until June, the new financial year. So this is the time now we are farming up with all the providers, so that beginning of July we'll tell you these are the providers that who are onboarded that you can go to seek services from. So we have already concluded and we have rolled back on the issue of for the facilities that we were already in agreement, we will proceed.
Okay.
But for the facilities that we have had not yet concluded, we have rolled back this process. So that I think reduces or just removes the issue of but my appeal to the teachers is to understand what we pay to the provider is not meant to harm them. It's meant to stretch their benefits at the end of the day.
So this strike notice that they have given is for what exactly?
No, it was concluded.
So they are no longer striking?
Yeah, they are no longer striking.
So sasa yani kila kitu iko sawa.
Iko tu sawa.
What about the civil servants? Because
The same.
civil servants have other issues.
Tell me.
Dental, optical, and these are issues that they've been complaining about. They're saying SHA isn't quite doing what they're supposed to do with all those.
Maybe you have heard about civil servants now for the first time. And you know we have been with civil servants for the longest. Them, they have never gone to private sector. They've always remained with NHIF, transition to SHA, and it has been ongoing.
Okay.
I haven't heard of any issue when it comes to dental, optical, because they all know what the limit is, and they have been using. Of course, there are few who take advantage. You will find every December they will go, instead of prescription glasses, they get sunglasses. But the provider will exchange easily. So that when they go to Pwani, they can enjoy.
Daktari, I saw that from April 1st, the government also had a special SHA for police officers.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe you can just give us an overview of that.
It's the same also. It was in the private sector. On the same issue, premiums too high. They already contribute to SHIF, bring them on board.
Okay.
So basically, what now that it's called Public Officers Medical Fund.
Yes.
And now that has brought together all the big schemes which government was running.
Okay.
And from the look of things, we could save treasury up to 20 billion
annually. Okay.
Because for even the administrative fee for SHA is 3%. So 97% of that money goes to the beneficiaries, which is the teachers, the police, the civil servants,
prison officers as well.
Prison officers. We even have Nairobi County as a county staff who have come on board. So we have Vihiga County, but we just want for now to streamline the operations of that fund because it's huge. We need to put in place a few measures, and that's why we have gone back to retreat until June. Once we are done with June, we will have a more comprehensive rollout and specific providers who want to partner with us, because the reality is they can be provided those services. Unfortunately, medical inflation far outpaces normal inflation.
Why is that?
A lot to do with the distributor, the people in between. And you will find new technologies, new drugs, which sometimes you find don't have much benefit in terms of to the patient outcome. But you will still find people who will say, no, this is the latest. Yeah, it's the latest, but is the outcome majorly different? So you have to, and I have seen, anytime we increase a benefit, distributors and suppliers adjust their prices upwards. It's like a chess. They see, okay, the benefit has been increased. Prices
so even
go
they
up,
adjust their prices
upwards.
We see this all the
Unfortunately.
time whenever the government on Labor Day increases salaries, landlords also increase their rent. So it's not something unusual. There's a complaint that cuts across very many cadres of government employees, and it has to do with a certain date, the 9th of every month.
Yes, the 9th of every month is the date we are supposed to receive your contribution if you are employed. So meaning if we don't receive, then it means we can't provide services.
Okay.
So and in a normal circumstances of insurances, premiums are paid upfront for the whole year. But on this one, now when we tell you to pay monthly, and then we have given you up to 9 days after you are done with your normal salary. All statutories are due on 9th. So 9th for us is to make sure that we have the resources to pay the provider. Because this same civil servant will go to a provider, and the provider say, I haven't been paid yet, so
Yes. I cannot provide the service.
I'm stuck. But so also you also don't allow the payer, who is the middleman collecting the resources, not to be without resources as well. So what we are requesting is HRs, whoever is in charge of payrolls, just to prioritize the same way they prioritize salaries, that the statutory bit also is prioritized and paid for.
This is where the problem arises most with the counties, because it's a complaint we've heard from doctors.
Yes.
You are a doctor.
Yes.
You are whatever statutory deduction.
You have been deducted.
Oh, you don't have it. It's been deducted.
Yeah.
But you cannot get the service because your employer has not remitted. Yes. Now, it didn't start. It's been an ongoing story, and it's the same government, for heaven's sake. So it's a government process.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, how wengine si watu wa serikali?
Yeah.
Sometimes the counties complain and they say this is outside your purview, but they say it's because we have not received whatever it is that we are supposed to receive from the national government. How do you ensure that the contributor who contributes does not suffer for something which is not their fault?
We have a responsibility as the payer who collects resources.
Yes.
For you to enjoy that services, we must get resources. So one of the things that we have requested is if the resources can be deducted at source, so that Treasury pays directly.
Yes.
On behalf of
all these
counties.
Entities, yes.
They pay KRA remittance, they pay NSSF pension, they pay SHA, so that money comes to the different entities directly, rather than going to the counties.
How is that discussion coming along?
It's ongoing, but as usual, it requires people with higher pay grades than us. So, but it's something that is we have floated as a resolution. Then that way we are sure, when we know Treasury is the one which is going to pay, we are not worried.
You know you will get your money.
Yes.
So you will actually ensure that you do your part.
Yes.
Because you are guaranteed.
Yes.
But with the current status, you're not guaranteed.
We are not confident enough to say counties will pay throughout, because what happens is they bring they again come to you and say, oh, my hospital, you haven't paid, or you haven't, but how do I pay if you have not even paid your premium?
Because
also,
this is something you have deducted.
Yes,
it is not part of what you call
your revenue.
No, it is not. So why don't they remit it?
So that's something that we have asked for a different way, a different approach.
You know
this. So that's why there's a pending bill of what, 8 billion.
You will find, but generally, I do not believe a county receives payroll money net.
Explain.
So when you are receiving money from Exchequer, the doctor or the whoever is the employee receives their salary. That's net. But when it's being submitted, I don't think Treasury calculates and nets. They do pay the full payroll. Is how much? Is $1 billion. Here is $1 billion.
Yes.
They don't. So the deduction happens at the county level.
Because that's where the HR
function, because they're the ones who know. City has a loan where City contributes how much. City has other checkoffs. City, so they are the ones who will do the checkoffs and make sure City gets his net. So
I get you now. I get you.
Oh, that is actually correct. I know, because I have been in situations where one entity of government has an understanding with another, and what they do is that money is transferred to that particular entity in its totality.
Yes.
It is the HR in that other entity
to now return it to the government.
Yes, to now. No, the statutory deduction is done by that other entity receiving the money.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
And it is their duty.
Yes. It's their duty. Some have some agreement with banks. So I'm sure the banks also give them the full amount. Then something happens along
problem
the way.
with the banks is if you don't pay them, they will cut that facility.
Yes.
If they actually pay banks as they should, this problem should not arrive in the counties. The banks will make it possible for them to do their business.
I think there are some banks who have done that work. KCB is one of them. And they just make sure you receive your Exchequer releases through their account. So if you don't pay them, they will deduct.
They know exactly where their money is going to come from. Yes.
This whole issue of 8 billion that hospitals are complaining about. What exactly is the issue?
Which one? I haven't.
8 billion. Let me just.
Because is it part of the overall amount that has been spoken of? That is not 8, that is 80. There are some
hospitals. This is a headline from the Daily Nation. Hospitals in intensive care, as SHA owes 8 billion. This is a headline from 3 days ago.
No, you see, that's the challenge that we have in this country. We just receive headlines with no backing, and we publish these payments regularly on our website.
Where do you publish this?
On our website. On our website.
Because what is your website? The reason why I'm insisting.
sha.go.ke.
Simple. sha.go.ke. So if somebody wants to understand who has been paid and when, they go to sha.go.ke. Okay.
So for the providers there is and I speak this because I have been a provider, so I know, and I've even led the association of private hospitals as the chair. So there are two things with the current SHA. Our payout is around 80%. So if you have
whatever
if you have billed
you
$1 million, I have paid you 800,000. So what's pending is around 200,000 only since we started. But there is the old NHIF debt, which we inherited, because we inherited assets and liabilities.
Okay.
So in that old NHIF debt, we categorized the debt into two major groups.
Okay.
So we said providers who are owed 10 million and above, and providers who are owed 10 million and below. So for the ones who are 10 million and below, we are paying them. We have money in the supplementary, and they constitute 92%
of debt
of the debt. No, of the providers.
Okay.
That's around close to 6,000 facilities, which will clear all their old NHIF debt completely.
Okay.
The second group, which is the 8%, 10 million and above, unfortunately took us to court.
Yeah.
Because we wanted to do a claim verification.
Okay.
The committee was set up just to go through within 90 days to come back and tell us, because that is the bulk of the money, unfortunately, and it's to only 8% of hospitals. I think less than 500 facilities. But if you even categorize further and further, you will find it's only maybe up to 100 facilities that bulk of the money goes to. So we now have done a way of finding, because the court said we should not use a committee, we should find a way of doing reviewing just within our internal teams framework, including all other government agencies. So that's what we are working on. That is one of the biggest noise that usually comes. So, but for them, SHA and NHIF is one and the same.
Okay.
But to be fair, for under SHA, our payout is way better than
what NHIF used to be.
At times, I ask myself, maybe I should go back and start hospitals again. This system is too efficient.
Because
for providers is
because according to this, they are saying, according to the control of budget, that is Margaret Nyakango, latest county government's budget implementation review report for the first half of 2025 and 2026 financial year, delayed disbursements are undermining the ability of public hospitals to function effectively. So this happened after SHA took over.
No. That delayed disbursement is it has nothing to do with SHA.
Okay.
You see, that's the problem. Headline is big on SHA. The story is
not about SHA.
Is not about SHA.
The government.
Now Treasury releases and exchequers. Where do we come in? To the counties.
We must find someone to blame, and SHA is a nice enough target for us to focus on. Paul?
Yeah, I just want to read the first part that says the government owes county public hospitals more than 8 billion in unpaid claims, a growing debt which now threatens to cripple health services across the country. The arrears, which have accumulated since last year, have severely strained the operations of county run facilities. So hii si mambo ya SHA, hii ni mambo ya serikali.
So yeah.
Okay. All right.
Let me ask this question.
Yes.
Health is a devolved function and we understand it.
It's a shared function.
Explain what you mean.
Because policy training level 6s are with the national government.
How many level 6s do we have in this country?
6.
Where are they?
Kenyatta, MTRH, KUTRH, Madare, now Jaramogi, National Spinal. So they are scattered across.
National Spinal.
Yes, this one. Yes. It's part of.
This one in Kilimani.
Yes. It's not under the county.
It is level 6.
Level 6 under the national government.
So when you say it is under the national government, what does that mean?
They get their running cost exchequer through the Ministry of Health.
And who pays their doctors?
From that release, that
It's
they
the
get.
same.
Yes, yes.
So
yes.
their doctors are national government employees.
Yes. Even the doctors who are at KNH, they are employees of under the national government.
Okay.
Yes.
They're KNH employees, but under the national government.
Yes, because their salaries come from national government.
Why do we have this demarcation?
Because I don't know whether it's a rhetoric question. Can you imagine if we gave these hospitals to counties to manage?
I don't need to imagine, I know, but I want you to explain. You are the doctor here.
Yes. So the resources required or the expertise required and the funding required, like KNH requires maybe close to 15 billion. That's just one hospital annually. Which county can pay that 15 billion from its share?
That explains, that gets into the territory I wanted you to go to, meaning,
yes,
do we really optimize the monies that these hospitals actually make? Because they do make money.
I wouldn't be able to speak on their behalf.
Yes, it's not, this is not rhetorical, because
yes.
all these hospitals are not free.
Yeah, you pay.
You pay.
Yes.
Now, when people pay for these services,
yes,
okay,
they receive money.
Yeah, they do receive money, and they receive a lot of money. Okay?
Yes.
Where does it, you don't have to answer this.
Yes.
I'm raising the question, where does this money go to? And what percentage is it of, if you're looking at the total cost of running these behemoth institutions?
I'm sure they will have answers, but they will also tell you that they also receive patients who can't afford to pay, that they have to release every now and then.
It can't be all the patients who come there in the position of not paying.
Maybe I should stop speaking on their behalf.
You should. you see, even the level 6 hospital will have patients who are on SHA.
Actually, if you go to
yes.
KUTRH, I would say close to 90 plus % of the patients who go to that hospital use SHA. All major public hospitals.
Yes, public
hospitals.
Why are you not mentioning private?
Because all private hospitals with private insurances use SHA as a base payer. Even in the big hospitals.
Yes.
We pay first. Then they pay the second.
Meaning you're doing what NHIF used to do, though NHIF just used to pay for the bed.
Yes. So we pay more. And we pay for major services. So meaning you cannot, unless you are paying out of pocket. If you have any other form of payment, insurance, SHA must be there as the base premium, even if you have private insurance.
Yeah.
Or it could be SHA is your only cover as an insurance. So then when I hear people asking or saying, oh, does it work? Then I'm wondering, which hospitals do these people go to? Or where do they seek services? Because the number of claims that we receive and the number of people that we serve is huge.
Yeah.
Yes.
Actually, someone has tweeted here. If I can just find the tweet, kabla ipotee amongst the others. Karone amesema, my son was admitted at a hospital X for 5 days from 19th April to 26th April. The bill upon discharge was 97,949 shillings for inpatient services at X hospital for Oliver, that is client ID Amekapo, has been granted on 26th of April at 12:03 p.m. Yeah, so he says that hiyo deni lilipwa. So he's actually saying that SHA is working, basically. Kwa maneno mengi.
No. You see, the truth and the facts speak for people who benefit. The challenge that we have is there are people who have never used, don't use, don't need. Maybe they have never fallen sick. Other ones who speak up. Or people who are benefiting from the old system also speak up.
Okay.
So what SHA has done is closed many loopholes, stopped many wastage of resources. For example, in Meru, we own a building.
You own a building?
Yes.
As Shah?
Yes. Of course, we inherited from NHIF. So NHIF was renting the building next.
And yet they own the building?
They own this one.
But they were renting
There's
next.
one which is next.
Surely there's some logic that explains it. What is it? What logic?
It is someone was benefiting.
A landlord somewhere was benefiting.
Of course. So when you now do what you call rationalizing all these things, we did our contracting of providers. At one point, NHIF did that at $1 billion shilling.
What do these contractors do exactly?
They do preparing the documents, sending to the providers, because it was an external legal firm. So then you collect, bring, put them, register, all those things. Close to $1 billion shilling.
Did did NHIF not have internal lawyers?
That logic was not there at that time. They had.
I see.
Yes.
So they had a legal department.
Yes.
But they farmed out business worth $1 billion shillings to other firms.
Yes.
And this
for one event.
Yes. So
which is contracting.
Yeah. Which means that their own in-house lawyers could not do this.
I wouldn't say so, because we did with our own in-house at Shah, and we used our own website to do the contracting, the e-contracting, so that you don't even need to paper push through couriers and all that at nothing. So do you think anyone who was getting that money through one way or another is happy with Shah?
If you look at the realms of possibility,
yes,
it is nil. They cannot possibly be happy, because what you've done, you've cut a revenue source. There are those who have claimed that they've been detained in hospital,
yes,
and yet they are fully paid up members.
So those ones, now we have the opportunity to take the necessary actions for those hospitals that have done. We just need to be made aware through our branches, so that we are able to solve and handle those providers. For sure, there are very many good providers in the private sector, in the public sector, and faith-based. But there are few rogue ones, and they will always be there. So the best way to deal with such is to take the necessary actions, report, and then we now do the necessary, which is to decontract them and remove them from the panel. That is sometimes the language that some of these providers understand. Because they are not in the business of providing services, they have come to milk both the institution. So the institution now is able to push some of these issues they used to do and put gaps, have a system, a fraud engine, an AI, a team to do review that go through all the claims. So that part of playing with the documents is shrinking in terms of the chance. So what can happen now is just to push the patients.
So do I understand it to be saying that what you've had,
yes,
and all the complaints, and there have been very many we've heard regarding Shah,
yes,
have been because Shah as constituted was not fully functional. But now you are getting the point where you will be fully functional. So if I do the maths, it means that as we get to the new financial year, the problems that we've been hearing, these issues that we'll be hearing, that they will not occur, or you're saying that they'll be reduced significantly?
To the point that you will not hear.
That is what you're saying.
Yes.
That these are things, like for instance,
Yes.
the issue of communication and ensuring that people understand these things. You've mentioned that that particular department is now fully functional.
Now we have a team.
Yes,
It's not fully
functional.
No, there is one more, 2 officer levels. That's why I told you I have 200 more to add to. But it's functional up to senior officer. So it has a deputy director, an assistant director, principal officer, senior officer. So for government hierarchy,
for government hierarchy is very
you
important.
will lead one more layer below.
Daktari.
But as it is, he told you, he saw they shared.
It is. I have understood that. The sharing is wonderful, but there's something more important, and that is where
communication.
We always have a problem because there are all these things. The newspapers write this, and we tell you this is what is happening.
So I agree with you. If you go back, by the way, if you look at our social media pages now, you will see they keep on communicating. Even the different packages, what you are entitled to, what it gets you, what you need to do to register, what you need to do to add your dependents, up to what age, if they are what. So all this information now keeps on coming slowly through graphics, through small videos, through write-ups, notices. So we will only improve further on this communication, and we will have more of it, even at the local FM stations, more so in the vernacular, so that we have different people who are capable of spreading this information within our management currently.
You know, I think I saw only one advert of SHA, unless I was dreaming. Kuna kind for something niliona.
Usually it's on the newspaper, 2 newspapers, MyGov and Nation. All our adverts went through that on our website.
All right.
And we even have a place where you can apply and you see the vacancies. There's one we have closed just recently, last week.
Okay.
So we publish.
Okay.
We publish the names of people we have shortlisted. Despite all the noise, we are told, there's one community, but we still maintain
it's difficult.
and put it.
It's a difficult job
because people will always see. If you hide, they'll keep quiet. They don't know. But now when you give them the information, there are few who will complain and say, how come they have... But it's the people who... you see, we don't have a say on who applies.
Yes.
We put the advert.
Okay.
We go through. We shortlist people who meet the requirement.
Oh, you are the ones who shortlist, not public service?
No.
Okay.
It's us.
All right.
We shortlist. We publish and tell you these are the ones. We interview. We appoint. We publish again and tell you these are the ones who have been successful.
Okay.
I don't know a more transparent
No, please understand that we are experiencing a constitutional moment.
Yes.
The thing that our constitutions have stated and documented often is in conflict with our culture. Our political culture and the way we understand things is where now our ethnicity and the importance of our ethnicity, the importance of our ethnic representation, that's where the discussion comes in. So the constitution is spot on so long as we are represented ethnically. The moment we feel, and representation here, you don't know the person, the name that tells you this person comes from where you come from, you feel, yeah, we are represented and the constitution is working. We are actually evolving with our constitution. I was telling Paul in an earlier hour that every time I hear these problems, I am happy because it means we are expressing how we understand the situation, and it opens up that avenue for debate so that further understanding on it can be, and also what the constitution meant. So this is not a bad thing.
No. We haven't stopped because that's what I have done from the CEO level.
Okay.
shortlist. These are the number of applicants we have received. The following have met the requirements.
Yes.
And they have been called for interview. We finish. The following have been appointed. We move on to the next.
Okay.
Next step. That's how we have reached up to the senior officer level, which was the latest. Now we are doing officer 1 and 2, which we will also publish very soon. Another long list of close to, because we have received 32,000 applications. It has taken us long. But I know by the time we are done, we would have almost 2,000, 3,000 for interview. You only pick 200 out of it.
Does the authority go through all these names, or do you also have some AI assistance?
No. We go through.
You said you received 32,000.
32,000
applications
for 200 positions. It has taken. This is the largest group that we have received because it's entry level.
Okay.
It is not as difficult as you think. You see, whenever an advert goes out,
yes,
it goes out with the requirements. All right?
Now I can imagine the 2,000
No. Allow me to just go to the next.
Qualified.
Yes, you can feel. If you are told you must have 3 referees and you have 2 out, it's all complicated.
Tunaanzianga hapo.
Every detail.
Do you sit in our shortlisting committees?
Nimefanyia serikali kazi. I work for a government parastatal, so I know.
Yes.
It's not complicated. You are
It's
required
just
to follow
It's just long.
as the ad. First of all, there's the ad, the number. Kuna vitu vingi about that ad.
Mtu ameandika CV na mkono out.
If my friend, that's not what takes you out.
But you will find
requirements.
every application. You will find a person applying for CEO.
Yes.
And they have from 4 level.
Hey.
No degree, no masters, nothing.
But
they have applied.
You get such, eh?
Yeah. But you just say
shortlist you out.
Reject.
So
but you
32,000.
continue with the rest.
Paul, you may even shortlist someone and you require them to come with the original documents, and you state what the documents are.
Yes.
They come with photocopies of certificates they've received for trainings they have gone to. And
you say no.
We are already out.
So we follow that process.
Yeah.
We do now after we are done. You see, shortlisting, we don't even do secondary. What he has told you is primary shortlisting.
Right.
We try to keep at primary shortlisting. So that basics, have you met the basics? That's it. Then we shortlist you for interview.
Okay.
Now after there, now you see there's no balancing. I can't do any balancing because either city has met or not met.
Also, at the point of interview, you can have one tribe more than the other because now it's a matter of tumeangalia na tumeona who ndio the best for the job.
Actually, you can.
Yes.
And that is the reason why you will find for these government jobs,
yeah,
they depend, because it is a country-wide position.
Yes.
There'll be applicants from certain parts of the country,
Yes.
others from other parts of the country, and these fellows have offices in some of these places. The shortlisting can actually take place in those places. So by the time those numbers are brought to the headquarters,
No, for us we do all our shortlisting, everything at
HQ.
headquarters. It's under the supervision of the board.
That's why
do
you
not want.
amtaki hiyo ati watu wanafanya shortlisting yao.
So that we make sure at least there is no monkey business. The process is above board. So when we're done with the shortlisting interviews, after the interviews is when we can do regional balancing. We can do gender balancing.
But let me ask you something.
Disabilities. We can do all those things after.
2 things you've mentioned. 1, you don't trust the divisions you have in the counties to do an honest job. That's number 1. And 2, you then position yourself to actually, the very thing you're trying to avoid is what you'll be accused of. So, because it will be said, why... This is an academic discussion we're having.
Now I want to explain so that you understand. This
Please.
new team that have gone to the regions have gone 3 weeks ago. We only had the branch manager. All these the teams at the regions now are 3 weeks old.
Okay.
You didn't have them before when you were closing the argument.
Yes.
So
They
essentially,
were actually the ones applying.
they were the ones who so they are to be employed at the
To be employed at the
yes
regional offices.
So now when you get to the other
And now
officers
this
whom
is
you
now
want,
this lower.
this is now when they will come in.
Yes, and help.
How do you induct such people into the processes of interviewing and shortlisting and so forth? Because the fact that somebody has applied for a job and gotten it, does it mean that they are qualified?
So there is the team that was doing before, which was the senior level, the directors, deputy directors, assistant directors, principal officers, who were there before. So they are the ones who are continuing for now. We haven't yet even recalled them to help us, because this work was also ongoing. It was parallel. As we were doing the senior officers, the other officers was also ongoing concurrently. So it's not one is stopping for the other to finish. It's something that we have run concurrently, which we hope also to conclude these last two positions by end of May or latest June. So then beginning of July we will have a fully established organization that has all the human resource
in all the regions.
In all the regions, ready to provide services to Kenyans.
There's a text here from Margaret, not Margaret, but actually ni Margaret, anajita Magi. So amesema, my name is Margaret.
Her name could be Magdalene, but go ahead.
No. She has actually said, my name is Margaret.
Okay.
But hapa kwa jina yake ya WhatsApp ni Magi. Magi Ngari. So Miss Ngari has said, SHA worked for us last year. A bill of 107,000 was all cleared without a problem. What I realized that time is that the staff at the hospital who handle SHA matters can decide to make it look it doesn't work.
True.
Is that a feedback you've gotten?
No, it's true. We have seen.
Okay.
There is another case that I am handling now for a very senior officer in government.
Right.
Where the hospital told them that SHA doesn't work. This is a big hospital, and we have received many other claims on the same day.
Yes.
At the same time. But he told the senior officer, you have to pay cash or use your other insurance. So we receive such cases where a provider would want to play. Some of them is malicious. What they do is they tell you to pay cash and then they claim at the same time.
Okay.
From SHA.
So
because they have all your details. Yes. So those are the things that we do now. This issue of public education, of trying to say no, report, then now we can take action from that facility and take what is required. So those issues, I'm hoping going forward with the fully functional branch offices, we will not have, we will be able to visit and find out where is the problem. Yes.
So if I happen to double pay at a hospital, will I see that payment on a receipt?
So for the provider, they will not. They will just give you that you have paid, then you go. After you go is when they will lodge the claims.
And when they lodge the claims is when you people come in and say, this claim here, iko shida.
Yes. Because maybe at that time you did not put your fingerprint, you did not authorize.
There is that.
Yes.
What training do you take the hospital staff through so that they understand this process?
Actually, it's not an understanding problem, because CT has walked in, he used his SHA. He has walked in, you don't want to tell him to pay cash. So it's not that lack of knowledge per se.
You're saying they've been trained, they know what to do, they willfully decide that they're going to rob other Kenyans.
Yes.
I see.
So, Daktari, let me ask, what are some of the consequences for such kind of actions? Because if there are no serious repercussions, it will definitely persist.
So the most serious repercussion, other than for me that I see usually, is the decontracting. you breach of contract, just remove them from
Breach
the
of contract, not theft by servant.
But you see, the theft for us, we might for that now is fraud. But you see, they will tell you it's the patient who paid cash.
Alitaka.
Or it was a top up, or they will look for all excuses.
Now this is where this new team comes in, because haki yako,
yes,
people need to understand that you should not pay cash if you're on SHA.
Yes,
because that is, if it were me, my friend, there we are going to end up back
or clearly the person should tell you at the entry level that this is what SHA pays. Then you will have to top up
this much,
an X amount. Then you make that willing decision to say, okay, I'm willing to top up. Okay, no, I don't want to top up. Let me go to another private facility or public facility or faith-based facility where I will not need to top up.
You see, this is where now your communication comes in handy.
Yes.
Because if someone is on dialysis, for instance, and they say, SHA is not working, they only paid twice. In that statement, they don't seem to understand. They've actually said SHA is working. It's just that there's a limit they don't understand. So explaining that this is the amount SHA will pay for this number of times when you come to the hospital. Clearly, I'm giving that as an example.
Yes. And I wanted to tell you, if there's one group that is fully informed, it's patients who are on dialysis.
Oh, there are new ones who keep coming on.
The new ones usually the first few weeks or a month, they will be taken advantage here and there, unfortunately.
That's what you must prevent by telling people what to expect for the cover they have and whatever ailment they have. Now that is not Ministry of Health, it is SHA.
SHA, yes.
It is you who must explain this to people so that they know.
Okay, Doctor.
Understood.
Yeah, as we come to the end of the conversation, maybe you can just highlight for us some milestones as far as SHA is concerned, and then future outlook. Tunangojea nini?
So some of the milestones, 30 million plus registered Kenyans who are benefiting from PHC. Close to 10 million patients have benefited from PHC since we started. That's outpatient services. We have close to 50,000 Kenyans who are on dialysis. That's what we pay for, almost $1 million plus annually, despite their premium being different, as low as 3,600, but we pay a benefit package of $1 million plus. We have done close to, and this is something that we have been accused of, surgeries, from hip replacement to cardiac surgeries to neurosurgeries, because the other doctors say this benefit package favors the surgeons more than the physicians. But that's what pushes people into poverty. Oncology has been increased to 800,000. Which the Gazette notice hopefully will come out this week. So yeah, in terms of we have contracted 10,000. So basically we have increased access for patients to get services. We have reduced financial hardship because paying $1 million plus out of pocket is not cheap for dialysis. Something that you need regularly is not easy. Paying for cancer treatment out of pocket is also not cheap. And there's no other insurance that covers, especially when they already know that you have cancer.
Okay.
We don't have that exclusion criteria, and we also don't have age restrictions on when you can join, and we also don't have the waiting period.
I hit 100, I can still join.
Yes, we have seen people who are 80-something joining and benefiting from cataract surgeries.
Okay.
So we have seen the impact on people's lives in terms of the benefits that we have given. So
right.
those are our brand ambassadors. Yes.
All right. Thank you so much.
But there are few who are unhappy, and we understand. And I think usually it's a mismatch of expectation versus reality, or not understanding how to take and use the benefits of SHA.
You said oncology has been increased to 800,000. From what? From what was the initial amount?
The initial was 400 plus 150.
So 550.
Yes.
Okay.
Then increased to now close to 800,000.
Okay.
Yes.
Sawa sawa daktari. Thank you so much for being here with us and having this conversation with us. Maswali mengine tukikuwa nayo si tutakuita na utakuja?
Anytime. This is the place at least where we have objective discussions.
Is that a way of saying hatuja kufinya sana?
No. Tupaka siagi.
No. It is, you see, you ask very pertinent questions,
right,
which are there in the public domain, not comment made by a politician.
No, those ones
you are telling me to respond, which doesn't make sense. So I rather answer something that is touching on people's lives,
yes.
where someone is saying, I have this issue,
right,
I have this issue. Then I'm able to address the technical bit. Political bit, there are people for that. I'm not a politician.
You're right. No, tutauliza mtu wa SHA mambo ya SHA.
Yes.
Mambo ya UDA tutauliza mtu wa UDA. Tunajua for example UDA jalipa SHA. Hiyo mtu wa UDA kikuja tutamuuliza bwana hajalipa.
Yes.
But asante sana daktari. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you.
Mimi uvaa miwani na CTP uvaa miwani. SHA inatulipia miwani?
We haven't yet started that benefit package for the general public because of the cost,
right,
and we wanted it to be within the PHC so that it's for everyone, whether you are paid up or not paid up. We don't only give the benefit to those who contribute.
Okay.
Yes.
Sawa daktari. Nimekuibia dakika nyingi sana.
Thank you.
Wacha tuingie kwa news.
Thank you.
All
Thank
right.
you. Thank you.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. The National Transport and Safety Authority has announced a nationwide road safety crackdown after a deadly crash on the Mai Mahiu Narok Road. At least 7 people died in the Nairobi area, where a truck and a private car collided on Saturday evening. The authority has sent condolences to the families and says tougher measures will be enforced to improve road safety. The National Police Service has started investigations into the deadly attacks in Sekuru, Kitui County, where several people have been killed. Deputy Inspector General of the Kenya Police Service, Eliud Lagat, said the attacks are cruel and unacceptable and assured residents that those responsible will be found and punished.
So we've come to assess the security of this place. I am aware that we lost 7 people, 6 men and 1 lady. We have 1 person who got injured with a gunshot and is receiving treatment in Sekuru level 3 hospital. And we want to wish her or him a quick recovery. The schools are going to be open tomorrow. I have listened to their concern. And one of the things, or 2 of the things that I'm going to do right now is give them assurance of security.
Interior PS Raymond Omolo has urged border riders to avoid being used by politicians to incite violence. He warned that some leaders exploit young riders during rallies due to the economic struggles, leading to rising political clashes and called for them to stay away from such activities.
Seek for these opportunities, and where we need to support, we will support for us to be able to achieve maximum development that is being spearheaded by His Excellency Dr. William Ruto. And the leadership of Boda Boda in Homa Bay, I'm very happy and proud of you, because even the tents and the seats we're using today is zenyu. So you did not need to collect money.
Members of the Linda Mwananchi group have criticized ODM leader Oburu Oginga, accusing him of taking over leadership in violation of the party's constitution. The leaders speaking in Kisumu also flouted President William Ruto for failing to implement the 10-point agenda agreed with the late Raila Odinga.
Chama cha ODM kiko na katiba inasema tuitishe uchaguzi, Mheshimiwa James Orengo ajitangaze aseme anasimama kiti ya party leader. Tukutane na huyo Oburu. Mnaona nani atashinda hapo?
Na mimi nimetangazwa rasmi kama acting party leader ya ODM na katibu ya ODM. Ni nani? Ni nani?
At least 42 people were killed in fighting between ethnic groups in the east of Chad, a government official said on Sunday. A government delegate said the clashes Saturday in the sub-prefecture of Gwereda in Wadi Fira province began as a dispute over a water well. Several ministers, senior local officials, and the military's chief of staff were dispatched to the scene on Sunday. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. Kenya sprint star Ferdinand Omanyala finished second at the Botswana Golden Grand Prix in Gaborone, clocking 9.5 seconds behind Canada's Jerome Blake. Omanyala, the reigning 100 meters champion at the Kipkeino Classic, continues his strong 2026 form after earlier sub-10 performances in Addis Ababa and Nairobi. In the 99th Mashemaji Derby at the Nyayo National Stadium on Sunday, Gor Mahia beat rivals AFC Leopards 1-0 with a late goal, moving them 6 points clear at the top. Coach Charles Akono said the job comes with pressure, but winning big matches like this is a key to chasing the league title. He's a Kogalo coach.
We started very well. Unfortunately, got injured. But everything that we planned for, everything we wanted to do on the field of play, we did it. The boys were able to implement exactly what we wanted them to do. I am so proud of them. I am so proud of them, and how they played was wonderful. They were rewarded. The goal we scored was as a result of luck.
And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. Welcome back to Radio Generation. It is now 27 minutes past 8 o'clock. How are you doing? My name is Mungala Mbuvi na niko studio na mwenye methali aka City Muga. City, habari yako?
Habari yangu ni mzuri kaka.
Ninaangalia comments za watu online and no one seems to complain about SHA. So I was actually telling Fanyamambo, who is in the studio with us, opposition itabidi umetafuta something else to attack. Fanyamambo, good morning.
Good morning to you.
Uko salama?
Niko salama, nashukuru.
Tumezoea kukuona na rosary, leo tumekuona na tie. You know, I follow this gentleman on social media, like I was telling you, and he's usually a very serious person when he's not on top of vehicles and in rallies.
What do you say?
He's actually a very serious mediator. ulikuwa na invite watu waende kwa mediation ukuje kwako rather
Yes.
Well, remember that this man is a politician. Forget the lawyer bit. Forget the mediator bit. So when he is politicking, understand he is politicking. When he is practicing mediation, understands that he is
mediating.
When he is practicing law, this thing where people go to court to say whatever they say, understand.
Do you actually go to court?
No, I don't go to court by choice. I keep telling people I graduated in my law degree kitambo sana. But then, everybody thinks that every doctor should go to theater and every doctor should be operating people. So every lawyer should go to court.
Yeah.
I chose a different path. I chose to do mediation. I chose to do arbitration. I chose to do a master's in constitutional law, democracy and governance. So the idea was, we have 30,000 advocates today,
right,
taking cases into court. But we have only 2,000 mediators trying to remove those cases from court and resolving them out of court.
Yeah.
Where do you want to be? So I'm the chairman of the Association of All Certified Mediators in Kenya. The idea is, can there be people on this other side trying to remove those cases from courts?
Yes.
And trying to help people not go into courts? Because at the end of the day, it's a justice story.
Yeah.
It's not about who argued best before the judge. In fact, I usually tell people the most ignorant person about your case is the judge. Yet he makes the most binding decision. So usually, imagine you have to tell the judge who you are. You tell them that this is my wife. You even swear an affidavit to say you're of sound mind.
Yes.
And then you start explaining to them how you fought with your wife of 15 years.
But
and then that person makes the decision. So
is that not the beauty of that system? Because this person knows nothing about you, so you can't say they're biased.
No, this is the beauty of the system that is mediation now. Forget about litigation. The beauty of mediation is the people who know the most about the dispute are the ones who are coming up with a solution to the dispute.
Yes.
So that's what we do. We help those who have disagreed to realize that no third party can come up with a better solution to your problem than the two of you.
And I understand mediation is more private as opposed to
it is also private and confidential. Nakwambia sahi wale watu wamefanya law, like even when you did media, there was a unit of law. Munafundishwa kesi ya 1730 Rylands versus Fletcher. So what will happen is hii kesi yako, God forbid Mbuvi yako na kesi against his wife, that case
might be studied
60-70 years from now. Wanaambia kuna mtu alikuwa anaitwa Mbuvi, alikosana na bibi yake, the facts of the case were this. Hiyo siku wako funika Colgate, bibi akakuja amekasirika. So instead of people getting to learn your private matters 70 years after today, kujeni tufungiane kwa boardroom tukubaliane.
Mediation existed and it's what gave birth to what we know as a practice of law.
Yes.
Because people always existed who could resolve disputes. But then as communities evolved, they understood that there has to be a commonality of understanding as to what is accepted and what isn't.
Yes.
The process of how what we call a legal system grew.
Yes.
But it started from there.
Yes.
But what I think Fanyamambo is saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that people forgot. They decided this thing, which is the growth process of what we started off with, is what is important. And yet, what people need is to have people who actually, as he says, and he says it well, who actually really understand the problem.
Right.
Trying to find a way of resolving it and having somebody who can mediate between them.
Yes. Exactly.
Na tulikuwa hapa na some mediators as well last week, and they told us something to do with the Singapore Convention.
Yes.
Which I understand Kenya hasn't ratified yet.
Yes.
What's the hold up?
You see, for the benefit of the viewers, it was meant to help, like say for example, you have a dispute that has been resolved in Rwanda, or in Tanzania, or in Ghana, or in a country that is a member of the Singapore Convention. What happens is that mediation settlement agreement can be enforced in the countries
that are
that are signatories to it. So we just had people who have not understood the value of mediation at the helm of decision making. It is one of those things that I feel that the country should just sign up tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Let us grow the practice of mediation. We train mediators. We are everything mediation. And I am telling you, it is one of the best methods ever in the whole world of dispute resolution.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Now, before we get into the other conversation, City will share with you our methali for this Monday.
Yeah.
so that we can get down to business. City, over to you.
The land of honest people, that's Burkina Faso. That which is hard is good. Whatever is easy brings no benefit.
That which is hard is good, whatever is easy brings no benefit. I think in my community, the Agikuyu community, we have a similar saying. They say, hakuna kizuri kinatoka mahali pazuri. People really must work hard for some of these things. You earn, it's a badge, it's a mark of honor. And sometimes they say easy come, easy go. So my understanding of the program is that some of these things that are really worth really take a lot of struggle. You have to fight for them. You have to go there. You have to know that they don't come easy. They are not free. They are not given. You have to take. It's a fight for them. Yeah.
There you have it.
You put it well. And contextualize it too.
Yeah.
Yes.
There you have it. All right, let's get out of business and start having a conversation around whether Kenya is at a crossroads. We were to host Peter Mushendu as well. He's a governance expert and a member of the board of Konza City, but unfortunately, the board lost one of their members. So
chairman, actually.
Chairman, yes. They lost their chairman. That is Professor Raphael Munavu. So he's unable to make it here today as they condole with the family and, of course, with the team at Konza. But now that Fanya Mambo is here, we shall definitely have that conversation with him. Where are we, Fanya Mambo, as far as Kenya is concerned? Because we can see a lot of things happening. For example, even in the political arena, tunaona UDA, ODM, wako na mambo yao. Tunaona, of course, huku kwingine opposition, wako na mambo yao. In terms of Kenya moving forward, is Kenya stagnant? Is Kenya moving backwards? Where are we?
Thank you. To start with, Kenya is moving forward. Kenya is moving forward because her democracy is proving to be vibrant. Remember, this is an administration that came in and they had invested heavily in some tool of oppression called a Subaru. And their idea was to make sure that every person who tries to show disaffection towards this administration was meted with violence and fear and intimidation and disappearance and incarceration. Na anapelekwa kahawa, and they were called terrorists for saying that the government is doing bad things to her people. We continued to speak even the louder. We continued to shout even more, and I thank God they are now. So most of those Subarus have been packed. The abductions are not over, but they've reduced.
Yes.
And we shall continue to make noise about it because it is our right to speak. We will like to tell these people this way. When you do the right things, social media and the entire media is full of reports of the things you have done. When you do terrible things, social media is full of reports of the terrible things that you do to people. So we have an administration, when we come and say that our schools, university funding model is not working, when we come and mention the things that are going on in this administration, their reaction then used to be to put us in Subarus and to take people to Kahawa and to call them terrorists and so on and so forth. Now we've gotten to a place where people are saying, no, we've realized that it is true that William Ruto is not fit to be our president. And so people are going around the country and they are informing the voters. Because we realized the weakest link in this country is not even the leaders. It's the voter. Yani kuna mtu anakuja anasimama juu ya gari akaambia watu kule Nyamira. That is the head of state. Nikitoka hapa naenda Italy niwatafutie 1 billion tulete kwa hospitali yenyu hapa Nyamira. I was like, wait a minute. State House has 17. Just take out 1 and give it to the people of Nyamira. Why do you need to go to Italy to look for 1 billion for the hospital, but ukitaka ya State House, you don't borrow from abroad. It is available from taxpayers. So now, and then there were people cheering. So the problem we have is not the head of state any longer.
Yes.
The problem is those few who still believe the head of state is telling them the right things and is governing this country in the right way. Now those are the ones we are going to. That's why unaona Sifuna ako Kisumu. That's why unaona United Opposition iko Mombasa. That's why unaona Fanya Mambo amebaki Dagoretti South kwa ground akiongea na watu. Because we have to tell our people, mahali imefika William Ruto is no longer the problem. No. Mahali imefika sasa wenye wanampigia makofi akisema mambo ambayo hayafai, those are the problem. And that's why we are spending a lot of time on the ground with the people talking to them. That's why I've come to Radio Generation. It's not because I want to address William Ruto. We gave up on him a long time ago. Now it's because we want to address that Mwananchi who claps at his lies. That Mwananchi who is saying two-term on the backdrop of a hospital not having food. Those are the people we are trying to talk to.
The president said last week something that made me think really deep. He said that he's not going to accomplish part of the promises that he gave Kenyans. He's going to accomplish everything, every single promise he put out there. He did not even have an exception. Is it doable?
Sianze na gasi ya 300. Akitoka hapo alete chapati making machine.
Maybe between now and 10th of August next year.
Akitoka hapo aendelee to the other things. I think we've gotten to the point where we are not telling William Ruto to accomplish his promises. All we are telling him, we only want one thing from you. Keep us alive until the voting day. Sisi William Ruto hatutaki barabara ingine, hatutaki stima, hatutaki. We don't want any of your promises. Mahali tumefika, we've already made up our minds about who you are. The only thing we are asking from you is because you have the instruments of power. You have the tools of violence in this country. Keep us alive until 2027. Don't massacre us. Don't butcher us. Don't put us in Subarus. Don't take us to those funny courts of yours. Leave us alone. Allow us to wait for 2027 August to vote you out. So sisi mahali tumefika, we are not asking for anything big. Just respect human rights. Just allow us to be alive until next year to vote you out. Hakuna kitu kingine tunataka kwake.
Hiyo 2027 okay, fine. Atuweke hai mpaka wakati huo. Lakini huyo Ruto ana replace na nani?
Good question. I have always told Kenyans.
Jua kutabaki vacuum hapo.
I have always told Kenyans. When you are going through a divorce, don't allow someone to ask you who you are going to marry next. That is immaterial at this point in time. If I have a bad spouse, I have a bad spouse. Allow me to go through the divorce process, which is what Kenyans are going through. They know the spouse they do not want. Only a cheater usually knows, when I leave this wife or this husband, I'm going to that one. And when you see someone hopping from this, it means they were very unfaithful even during the marriage. Kenyans had voted for this president and they had hoped, mimi sikuwa hapo, they had hoped he was going to serve them. Mimi nilivotia Raila, may he rest in peace. But he's not serving them well. So this is a divorce period. We are going through a period of separation from a bad spouse.
Yes.
And the good thing is you need to first know who you don't want. Imagine that's a step in healing. Like, knowing you have cancer is a step. Knowing you have HIV is a step. Now, deciding which brand of, zinaitwa ARVs you are going to take, or which type of treatment for cancer you are going to use, whether it's chemo, whether it's miarobaine, kama utaenda huko kulikuwa kunaitwa Loliondo. That is a different conversation. Right now, in fact, before January next year, let's not talk about who will be president. Let's talk about the kind of president we don't want. We don't want a president who kills people. In fact, the first qualification of the person who is going to be voted next year is human rights respect. It's not roads. Let me tell you, Adolf Hitler killed 6 million Jews, but he built roads. That guy built airports. He built highways. He built hospitals.
Manufacturing.
He built manufacturing. He made Germany an icon. He built the best weapons in the world, but he killed 6 million Jews. So we can have this country being built, but it doesn't have to be built by murderers. So the first qualification of the person who is going to be president next year is respect for human lives and dignity and the democracy that we have fought for. That's the first qualification. It's not roads, it's not stima, it's not maji. Hatutaki kupigwa risasi ya mguu, ututengenezee barabara za lami tukue tunabebwa na wheelchair kwa barabara ya lami. No. The first thing is show us that you can respect human rights and democracy.
In 2002, tulikuanga in a similar situation whereby people were tired with President Moi. And the opposition organized themselves, alafu wakatuambia Kibaki tosha. But in this particular situation, it looks like we are in a similar situation where there are some people complaining and saying one term, but we honestly do not know who the alternative can be or should be at the very least.
And the good thing is we shouldn't know at this point in time. We have a very risky administration. Hatutaki sema ni mbuvi ya kufe. So let us just keep him secret. In fact, let us announce him 3 months to the election and then we provide him with citizen security. Tukue tunaorganize watu 1,000. You know we are 50 million of us. 1,000 wana guard mlango yake the whole night. Wanaenda kesho another 1,000 fresh wanakuja.
Kama Traore.
Yeah, we can do that like Traore. We will guard our presidential candidate and all the best things we need to do right now. Let's not announce that presidential candidate. And by they have always said,
yes,
it will be anybody but William Ruto. I think nature has proven that we cannot ever sink any lower than this.
Okay.
There will never be a worse president than him. So kwa wale wako hapo, hata tukipewa Martha Karua ama tupatiwe Eugene Wamalwa ama tupatiwe hata Oburu Odinga ama Sifuna, whoever of those we get, none of them will ever be worse than William Ruto. So we are safe as a country. In fact, hata mkichagua fanya mambo, the country will still be in better hands than if it is with William Ruto. So country just know, this is the lowest we would ever sink.
Yes.
This is the worst we would ever get. It can't get any worse than this. It can only get better.
How do you know it can't get worse?
Because, let me tell you, we used to think...
even with Oburu, it can't get worse.
Well,
yes, even with Oburu, it can't get worse.
What he's saying implicitly is that Oburu is the worst you can get.
No,
yes, that's what he's saying, and that William Ruto is worse than Oburu. That's what he's saying. But that's...
Thank you for picking up my mind so accurately.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. So I want him to explain.
Mimi siko hapo.
No, mimi niko hapo tu. Namsikiza brother hapa, so lazima nimuulize.
Fire away.
Yeah. So the truth is that as a country, let us not allow ourselves to start thinking that because we haven't thought of a candidate right now, William Ruto will be president again.
Yeah.
And there has been a campaign to almost make our people fear to vote.
Yes.
Because they are thinking that William Ruto atashinda anyway. So we are telling Kenyans, wacha tuone kama atashinda ukiwa umecast yako against him. If all the millions of registered voters would think that way and say, yangu nitaweka against William Ruto,
yes,
alafu nione kama atashinda kama nimeshamwekea against. That is the spirit. Let us not have voter apathy. Let us come out, let us vote. But Mbuvi, there's something I want to address today, and
Please.
I believe it is important for this country. There are two other people we need to get rid of other than William Ruto. Number one, William Ruto is not William Ruto until he has a parliament that approves and supports what he does.
Yes.
And a parliament that comes and gives children 3 billion for school feeding and State House 17 billion. A parliament that gives Nyandarua County 5 billion and State House 17 billion. A county as big as Nakuru getting 12 billion with 3 million people.
Yeah.
And State House, I don't know with how many employees, getting 17 billion. So as Kenyans, wale wabunge wote wamekuwa wakisimama na William Ruto in the oppression of Kenyans, fagia. We must fagia. But number two, and these ones are worse, pretenders. Pretenders. Watu wanajifanya wako na wananchi mchana na usiku wako na William Ruto. I'll give you an example. Kenya Pipeline Company.
Yes.
I heard the head of state banging his chest and bragging yesterday, speaking about how Museveni saw value in Kenya Pipeline and bought it at 50% of it he bought.
Right.
Do you know?
Is it Museveni or the government of Uganda that bought?
To us, it doesn't matter. Museveni and government of Uganda is one and the same person.
All right.
He runs it like his personal wallet.
Okay.
So the president comes on national TV. He speaks of having sold Kenya Pipeline proudly to Uganda. Do you know that the Kenyans he used to sell Kenya Pipeline to Uganda are vying for political seats? Do you know a person who in his right mind can sell a strategic asset like Kenya Pipeline to Uganda wants to become a member of parliament somewhere? Aren't those constituents worried that he's going to sell the whole constituency? This is a person without morals. This is a person who does not care about his people. So what we are telling Kenyans, unapomshika William Ruto kupeleka nyumbani, these people who directly support him, peleka nyumbani. These pretenders who pretend to be wananchi during the day, and usiku wako na William Ruto wanashikana kuuza Kenya Pipeline. Soon they want to sell Safaricom. And they are going to sell another 64 parastatals. That's the plan they have. They're in the pipeline. These are the biggest criminals. These are people we must vote out in 2027.
I'm tempted to ask some of these people their names.
I can tell you their names.
Okay.
Kama sasa hii ya Kenya Pipeline. Kenya Pipeline iliuzwa na one Dennis Waweru Kariuki, who is also vying in Dagoretti South.
Okay.
It is known it is his bank that sold this thing. They are in bed with William Ruto during the day. At night he's coming lying to our people huko kwa maharambee anatoa pesa za watu wetu. We are telling Kenyans this is the end of such leaders who wake up, work with William Ruto, steal our nation, rip it off, steal everything that belongs to us, sell to Museveni, and come pretend to Kenyans that they are good. Give them your constituency, they will sell it also for free. Number 2,
yes.
Kuna watu wanaitwa brokers. Broker wa siasa. Mheshimiwa, niko na wamama dhate, nimekupagia kuja wasalimie. Those brokers, the mannerless people in every constituency, who will call Mbuvi today, tomorrow they call City, the other day they call Fanyamambo, are the ones who have misled Kenyans time and time again into voting bad leaders.
Okay.
Our brokers tunaweka on notice. Tunawaambia this time around, anybody who is going to be elected in 2027 is coming directly to wananchi, is speaking directly to wananchi. Hii upuzi ya tu broker tu siasa imeisha. Number 3 category, kuna tu bloggers. People wanaitwa affordable bloggers. They only think of their stomach. You know, even if he's hired by Lucifer to tell wananchi that Lucifer is good, kanashinda hapo kakieka picha za Lucifer kakisema Lucifer ndio atachaguliwa 2027. Those mannerless bloggers, because we have a few good ones. People who can sell the devil to their own people as long as the devil is paying them. We're also putting them on notice. Hao ndio wanakosea Kenyans. So getting rid of William Ruto is not just getting rid of William Ruto. It's getting rid of systems that have perpetually given our people the wrong leaders.
Yeah.
And one of them is those people who pretend and work with William Ruto, those people who directly work with William Ruto, those brokers, political brokers who mislead a whole community. Na munawajua kwa kila constituency wako, wana mislead a whole community. And bloggers who would sell the devil as long as they are paid to sell the devil. Those are the people we want to get rid of.
Yeah, so for the bloggers, we deplatform them.
No, there are many ways. The whole society needs to come and say this one is the devil's agent. Anauza Lucifer huku. And we brand them for who they are and let the whole world know that this one, huyu hata ni mbaya kuliko shetani mwenye anauza. So if we start now marking those people and dealing with them mercilessly, this country will go forward.
Dealing with them mercilessly?
Yes.
How?
There are many ways of being merciless, including if you get 5,000 people to report that account, it will be brought down. And for someone who's built an account, it has 10,000, 20,000, 50,000 followers. And then we agree, all of us as people, we are reporting this account. And Facebook and TikTok and all others are seeing an account being reported by 1,000 people.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the end of these people. We must get to a point where we sanitize this country. Now I've had, today is when? We are in April.
Yes,
end of April.
Yeah.
Exactly a year from now, or thereabout, party primaries are going to happen. Mimi hata jana nimekuwa ground. Kuna matanga iko hapa Riruta. So I was speaking to people.
Yes.
And we've discovered one thing. That in every constituency, kuna watu wanazunguka wakisema tuko na pesa. Tunangojea nomination ya ile chama popular. Tutamwaga pesa tupate nomination ticket. Now we are telling Kenyans, in some constituencies in this country, the nomination is as good as the election. Ile pesa munaenda kuletewa na these corrupt leaders. Some of them are goon mobilizers, some of them are thieves, some of them have sold your parastatals. Hiyo ni pesa yenyu. Ukiletewa 1,000 na kuomba usikule peke yako kama Mkenya, look for 10 other people. Waambie yule mwizi fulani ameleta 1,000. Hii 1,000 ni fair ya watu 10, twende tukachague kiongozi ambaye tunataka. So the money of the thieves will be used to mobilize people for the right candidate in every constituency. Mimi naambia vijana, pangeni line.
So they behave
pesa
like a
ya
virus.
nomination mukiletewa na hiki kimwizi chukueni. Lakini ukichukua usikule peke yako. Tafuta watu 20. Waambie tugawane 50-50 ya nduthi kila mtu. Tuende nomination. Tuchague the right leader. So the money of the corrupt, the money of the thieves, the money of the goon mobilizers, the money of the murderers is now going to be used to mobilize the right people for the right thing.
Is it possible, for example, if let's say this this gun mobilizer is a UDA party candidate or party member, and he wants to be nominated within the party. If the party really has, let's even say the name of that person is CT. If UDA has decided to nominate CT to run for that particular constituency, no matter how much money he pours or his opponent pours, CT anachukua hiyo kitu.
This is the thing. We have said first and foremost during nominations, our people will take the money of the thieves and use it to nominate the right people.
Okay.
Should the party go and adamantly give that ticket now to the person they want, our people still have another 3 months after, between April and August, about 4 months of serious active campaign, decampaigning the thieves, decampaigning the gun mobilizers, decampaigning anybody with a bad record. I am telling you this, 2027 is the first time we are not voting for thieves, we are not voting for goons, we are not voting for robbers, we are not voting for murderers. By the Kenyans wameamua. I started a conversation about finance bill, and you people know this, in 2023 November. And people thought I was mad. I went to Bomas of Kenya when we had this NADCO thing. I was the only person, and I tell Kenyans to watch, wearing a white t-shirt written about taxation and saying 10% ya Mungu, 20% ya serikali, 70% ya bibi yangu na watoto wangu. That is what my t-shirt was about. The only submission that was ever made at NADCO, go check, about taxation was by Fanyamambo Kinuthia. February 2024. Now 2024 now.
Okay.
Then we would start a campaign against finance bill immediately. Finance bill ilianguka haikuanguka. If we did that at a national level, Fanyamambo ameanza campaign ingine sahi. We are not voting for rubbish in 2027. And it's across the nation. And we will get into the hearts and the minds of every person who is thinking in this society.
Yeah.
And for the first time, nyinyi gun mobilizers, nyinyi wezi, nyinyi bad MPs, nyinyi bad leaders, look for a place to hide. Kenya is draining the swamp. We are looking for good leaders, and we are not compromising about it. We are draining the swamp.
For example, you said there are leaders who are with Mwananchi during the day, but usiku they are with Lucifer.
Yes.
So now how will Kenyans know this person unless
good.
Tumeanza kama mchana ako na sisi, maybe hata yeye ako anaenda na ile song ya wananchi, maybe na hiyo wave ya wananchi, lakini usiku ako on the opposite side.
Mimi nimeianza kwangu Dagoretti South. Na sio hapa kwa TV peke yake. Jana usiku nimeongelelea, na nikipata every opportunity nitazunguka within the 5 wards telling the people of Dagoretti South who truly is with them and who is with the oppressor. You cannot be with the oppressor and be with the people. You have to choose. So in every constituency, nyinyi wenye munajua hawa watu, na waomba mujitokeze, muanze kusema huyu ndio mkora, huyu ndio anajifanya, this is the pretender, this is the absolute outright thief. And I prefer the absolute outright thief who works with William Ruto than a person who pretends to be with Mwananchi and is working with. This one is more worse, because in his heart of hearts, he's hoping and praying that William Ruto wins another term, because wataendelea kuuza inchi na yeye. So Kenyans na waomba, in every constituency, this is the time for courage. This is the time to wake up, to speak out, to point at thieves, to point at pretenders, to point at goon mobilizers, and I do it. Na kusema huyu ni chief wa goons, huyu ni wakuua vijana wetu, asichaguliwe. If we do that to the whole society, you will see how many people will come out. They were waiting for a leading voice to come and say, tumechoka na hii upuzi, and we want a clean nation, from the MCA all the way to the president. So people think that we will moving William Ruto. William Ruto is a bigger thing. It's like a cancer that permeates, and you have to get rid of every cell that has got cancer. Yes.
Because the one thing that has been said over and over by government is that opposition will shout the loudest, yes, as far as one term is concerned. But when it comes to offering solutions, that is where they draw the line. I don't know how you would respond to that, because if you ask a lot of Kenyans, fine, yes, one term, good tick. So nyinyi, what else? And even the government has been challenging opposition anyway to have that tangible solution.
Mbuvi, we, and I say this about myself, about Sifuna, about Rigiji,
yes,
about Matiangi, about Madhakarua. We come to these shows.
Excuse me, Mwacha Kalonzo.
Ata Kalonzo Musyoka. We come, yes, including Kalonzo Musyoka and Justin Muturi and Eugene Wamalwa.
In that opposition, he's the senior most. Why
we
is
have
he,
profound-
why is he an afterthought?
we have profound respect for Kalonzo Musyoka. In
Yes.
fact, amongst the people being considered to be flag bearers for the opposition, he's almost a first amongst equals. He stands an extremely high chance of being the flag bearer.
Okay.
But that's a decision that's beyond me. That's a decision that is not within its time. It will come. So we have profound respect for His Excellency Kalonzo Musyoka.
You've
And
forgotten
he stands-
Muhisa Kitui.
Dr. Mukisa Kitui has been quiet on his own volition, so
Yes.
we don't want to bring him into the fold.
Why not?
Unless he brings himself.
Why not? Because in terms of credentials as to people who have actually fought for liberation in this country, of that entire lot of people you've mentioned, he is by far the foremost individual who has those credentials.
Dr. Mukisa Kitui is a good man. He's a person who has shown interest in being part of the united alternative government, or the united opposition for that matter. And from where we sit, we don't have a problem with Dr. Mukisa Kitui. The only thing we can do is we can't go and fish him out from his house. We have a church service, he needs to come. We are on a rally, he needs to come. Or at least start one of his own and we'll support him. If Dr. Mukisa Kitui invited us for a rally tomorrow and said, nimepanga mkutano mahali fulani, we'll go. We'll attend, we'll support him, because we are speaking the same language. So the thing is, for leadership, we are not looking for someone who is at home. We are looking for someone who is already... If you're driving along a muddy road and it's raining very heavily, and you find people standing at a shopping center, utafikiria wamefika. But if you find someone walking in the rain, you will know this one is heading somewhere. You'll offer them a lift. We are offering a lift to people who are walking in the rain, not to people who are standing at a shopping center, because according to us, anybody standing near a shop amefika kwenye alikuwa anaenda. So if you are still walking in the rain and we are driving on that road, we will go together. Now, we were having a conversation about, before I lost my chain of thought,
nilikuwa nimekuuliza opposition
yes,
government
agenda.
imewa challenge on the agenda.
So
yes.
the agenda, this is what we said. So for that 5 minutes that Sifuna spoke in Kisumu,
yes,
one term was mentioned maybe only 3 times.
Yeah.
He spoke about human rights and democracy. He spoke about leadership and governance. He spoke about those things that are ailing the country. He spoke about many things. The problem we have is that many people, very many people, tend to come and say, walisema tu one term. We have told people that the first and the easiest agenda we are selling to Mwananchi today, if you will not remember anything, take it from Fanyamambo,
yes,
is an agenda called Rudisha. Walitoa Linda Mama, tutarudisha.
Okay.
Free primary education, Rudisha. Capitation to high schools, Rudisha. From SHA to NHIF, Rudisha. So the dignity of the payslip, Rudisha. Capitation ya university funding model, Rudisha back to health.
Ghost schools.
Maliza. So what we are trying to do, before we even do something new, there were things that worked in this nation and they worked well.
Yes.
If you will ever forget anything else we ever told you as the opposition, remember the word Rudisha. That NHIF worked. Tutairudisha. Your payslip used to have a dignity. We will return the dignity of that payslip before we even do something new. By the way, do you know, if we first restore Kenya to where it was at 2022, tutakuwa tu tumefanya kitu. Kuna madeni yamekopwa kiholela ambayo hayakufika Kenya. Mnaambua kuna pesa imekopwa mahali, but it never touched CBK. Hiyo pesa rudisha. So we will make these people vomit anything they have stolen from us.
Okay. Yes. Let's do the news. Then when we come back, I want to talk about this Rudisha a little bit more. So do stand by for that and much more. Here is the news.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Social Health Authority Chairperson Dr. Abdi Mohammed has defended moving teachers' medical cover to SHA, saying it has saved billions and expanded access from 800 to 10,000 health facilities. He added that misuse of benefits led to tighter controls to curb fraud and protect the system's limits.
This is enhanced for them.
Yes.
Okay. So they'll get the same benefits they used to get in the private sector.
The same. Nothing has changed.
Okay.
Nothing. Even one benefit hasn't been reduced. We took it as is what it was.
All right.
So then what you need is to find a way of managing these resources reasonably. So they also came from a point of where they were only being seen in 800 facilities in total in the whole country. Now, when we opened for them 10,000 facilities.
From 800 to 10,000?
Yes.
Okay.
Then we did not give them any limits on where they can go. So what that did is it created access.
President William Ruto has come out strongly in defense of his deputy Kithure Kindiki, dismissing criticism directed at him. Speaking in Chuka on Sunday, Ruto described Kindiki as a visionary and hardworking leader focused on delivering results. He noted that since taking office, the deputy president has been moving across the country supporting key development projects.
Na mimi nataka niwaeleze, we couldn't have gotten a better deputy president for the Republic of Kenya. This man, Professor Kithure Kindiki, is a man of a moment like this one. Ni mtu wa kujitolea, ni mtu wa kujituma, ni mtu mwaminifu. Na pia zaidi ni mtu mnyenyekevu. Hana madharau na hana kiburi. Na sisemi kuhusu mtu mwingine. Nasema huyu Professor Kithure Kindiki.
Suba North Member of Parliament Millie Odhiambo is urging members of the Orange Democratic Movement to stay calm and solve their disagreements in a respectful way. She says the party should allow internal democracy, meaning everyone should be heard instead of being silenced or mistreated. According to her, when members are treated badly, it can actually make them more popular.
And I want to say here, without fear, that I had warned even against us chasing Sifuna from the party. And the reason is because I knew by the nature of his politics, he was bound at some point to leave. Yeah. But when we mistreat somebody, then we make him a hero. We have created a hero out of Sifuna. I'm not saying he's not a hero, but he wasn't what he is now. Our mistreating Sifuna is what has made Sifuna a hero.
The death toll from a bombing on Colombian highway on Saturday has risen to 20, with another 36 people injured, including minors. Videos shared from the scene showed damaged vehicles and debris strewn across the Pan-American highway in the southern Cauca region. Colombian President Gustavo Petro blamed the attack on rebels linked to dissent factions of the Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia, while local Governor Octavio Guzman described the attack as the most brutal against civilians in decades. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
And we're back. 6 minutes past 9 o'clock. How are you doing? This is Radio Generation, The People's Breakfast on 88.8 FM in Nairobi. Let me read a few comments here. Kuna mtu amesema, this is Chris for Award. What next after Ruto goes? Tulikuwa tumeuliza swali. DK amesema brilliant, super fanya mambo. Willis Juma anasema the next president must not come from Central. Fanyamambo should know that Kenya comprises of 42 tribes with able leaders, one term any day. Okay. And then we do have Mohamed Murunga amesema, to be fair, Ruto is not the problem. He just represents a system that needs a complete overhaul. I know you're not Mohamed Murunga, but what do you think Mohamed means by he represents a system that needs a complete overhaul?
It's exactly what you are saying. There's an MCA stealing from you, oppressing you. There's an MCA who doesn't understand what's going on. fagia. MP mbaya, fagia. Senator mbaya, fagia. Governor mbaya, fagia. Can you imagine if we had 10 Sifunas in Senate?
Alright.
He's working so hard mpaka anaenda kuarrest governor, amlete amwambie you come and respond to claims of you stealing from the public. So what we've done over time is we've voted for rubbish. A lot of them. I can tell you 80% of those leaders we have in place should never have been there. We have a 5, 10, 20, 15% that should come back. Let us vet these people. Let us look at them with, the precision of a toothpick. Unamfuata. And if they don't meet the integrity threshold, let us throw them out. Kenya is an intelligent nation right now. Isi ile Kenya ilikuwa 2022. Sahii wa Kenya wamesema by the mahali imefika, we are draining the swamp. Na wamesema kuna watu kura zao this time round, they are not going to be allowed to make decisions for us.
Yeah.
The gentleman who said that the next president must not come from Mount Kenya.
Yes.
In fact, who said he's coming from Mount Kenya? Sisi, the people of the mountain, we have pronounced ourselves and made it very clear. If there was one thing William Ruto was hoping for, is that they and Akina Kaluma would be able to sell the notion that Kikuyus want to be presidents, and therefore the problem is Kikuyus. Now we are telling them, sisi kama watu wa Mount Kenya, we don't have a problem with a Matiang'i presidency. We don't have a problem with a Kalonzo presidency. We don't have even Dr. Oburu Odinga kama atakuja kwa United Opposition na achane na Ruto. We don't have a problem with Dr. Oburu Odinga becoming president. By the way, to be even fair enough, you can even bring us another Kalenjin, as long as it's not William Ruto. We don't have a problem with Kalenjins being president in this country. Eugene Wamalwa can become president. All we are saying is William Ruto is not fit to be president of the Republic of Kenya. Na kuna some funny state bloggers wamelipwa na tu bots fulani, kazi yao ni kusema ni Wakikuyu hataki Ruto. No, this has got nothing to do with the Kikuyu community. Sisi kama watu wa Gema tumesema simutulete Oburu Odinga, wacha join United Opposition, he'll become one of the principals. He stands a chance at being appointed. Bring Dr. Mukisa Kitui, bring us a credible leader. In fact, hata mukitaka Kipruto Arap Kirwa, who is a Kalenjin, as long as it is not William Ruto. Sisi si ati musianze kusema ati watu wa Mount Kenya wanachukia wa Kalenjin. No, sisi tunapenda watu. The Kipsigis are suffering here. Hapa ukienda hapa Kericho, the Kipsigis are not happy. The people of Bomet are not happy with this administration. So hata kijana, there's this young man anaitwa Alfred Keter.
Yes.
Bring him. If he proves and people say they want Alfred Keter, we can vote for Alfred Keter. So it is not the Kalenjins that are a problem. It is not Kikuyus who have a problem with any other community. Tumesema hata mkileta Mkale mwingine, hata mkileta Oburu Odinga, hata mkileta Mkisi, mulete Maragoli, even an Ogiek. In fact, hata wataita wajai kuwa president. We are willing to give our votes to a person who wants to change this country. But that person cannot be William Ruto.
You're speaking on behalf of, when you say we, us, on whose behalf are you speaking?
Now I'll say this, I'm a member of DCP party.
Okay.
Na sisi ndio tunaambiwangu ati kwamba sisi wa Kikuyu tunataka tu Mkikuyu akuwe president. And I'm saying with a lot of authority because once in a while we have conversations with Honorable Rigathi Gachagua.
Yeah.
And he has always made it clear. In fact, there was a barrio he said, mutulete Oburu Odinga, hata yeye tunaweza mfanya president. He has said it with his mouth. So sisi watu wenye wanakana tumetoka Mount Kenya, tumekuwa punching bag ya kuambua sisi ndio hatutaki watu wengine watawale Kenya. Now take it from me, a son of the mountain. We don't even mind another Kalenjin.
Fanya mambo, that is, what you're saying is true.
Yeah.
You actually don't have a problem with somebody else so long as it's not a Luo. Because, Raila Odinga was a Luo, was he not?
I voted for Raila. I campaigned for Raila.
Allow me to continue. When I say you are, I'm doing exactly what you're doing, and I am wrong.
Yes.
Because I am using a plural to encompass an entire community when the subject matter is actually not an entire community. There is always a political class in every community in this country who also combine their efforts with the business class, and there's an agenda that they push.
Yes.
Okay? Now, because it is assumed that they speak a certain language, they are then referred to as them and they. It's like someone telling me that because I am a Luo, I am a known stone thrower. I have never thrown a stone at anybody. But I've been well represented by people who have been known during Mandamano to throw stones. Giving Oburu as an example, it's a political statement. And why it is that people also tend to assume and give the impression that Oburu is somebody who cannot govern, I don't understand it. Because one, that man and his background is as unique as his brothers. He was never in anyone's attention, but because he was Raila's brother and Jaramogi's son, that man was held up. He was a provincial planning officer at the coast, and he stayed in that position for the very longest time. And yet this is a man who was among those very early people who got his PhD. He is a PhD holder.
At least a genuine one. Seeing
No, he's a PhD holder. He got it. But there is an amount of suffering that he has gone through, and God alone knows what it is that he has to put up with over the years. Now, how people come to the conclusion, people whose qualifications one doesn't even know. This is not you, Fanya Mambo. The others who speak derogatorily about Uburu. I wonder, how do they come off seeking to lump this person, and in one statement, you diminish everything this person has gone through and everything that he is in one statement and say it is useless? Let me go back to this we question, and I'm going to put it as a question. When you say we, DCP, we, United Opposition, we, this is what we want. Are you of the persuasion that the rest of the country sees what you see? Because when you see you're draining the swamp, do you not see that you are telling the electorate that they have actually been electing swamp creatures for all these times that they've been electing, which means there are a complete load of dunderheads who do not know how to elect people? Are we not looking at this thing in a slanted manner? People determine who they vote for. So is it that they can't vote for right people and now they must vote for people who are good? Is it that the people they voted for in all these years we've had elections, they did not know what they're doing, and it's only now that they must know what they're doing? The people whom we elect are Kenyans. Why are we not asking the question what it is that happens to people? Because I know very many people who are elected, and they're elected because you assume that these people will be good. You assume they're going to do the right thing. And many of them speak exactly the way you're speaking when they're campaigning. And then they get the job, and then you wonder what happened to so-and-so. So, Fanya Mambo, do you think the entirety of the Kenyan society believe with you that William Ruto is the worst, most horribly terrible president we ever had, and that he must go?
The entire nation has gotten to a point where they've used those words, horrible, terrible, and they've realized that those words are not good enough. The dictionary lacks strong enough words to describe how bad a leader William Ruto has been. In fact, we've tried combining all those adjectives that would describe a bad leader, and it's gotten to a place we've realized that the makers of the dictionary made a mistake. They did not create strong enough words to describe what Kenyans are going through. I wish there was a way to come up with a combination of all those words to create a word that is really strong, a word stronger than any other to describe how bad this administration is. The dictionary is devoid. The dictionary is empty. The dictionary lacks sufficient words that they can describe how bad, in any language, William Ruto has been to this nation. Now, about the bad leaders, we have said it and we've made it very clear that these bad leaders that we have in the country are many. I told you, in Senate hatuwezi kosa watu watano wa sita wazuri. National Assembly wakienda sana ni 15. The rest is a swamp that we must drain.
Out of 290?
Yes, whether you like it or not. The rest is a swamp that we must drain. So let us not be nice to people who go to parliament and pass 3 billion shillings for school feeding program and then 17 billion for state house. Let us not be nice to those people. Let us not at all be nice to people who wake up and think that the deputy president deserves 8 million shillings for a chopper every day. 8 million.
It's 8 million.
Yes, for a chopper every day. He's spending 8 million on his transport every day. So those are leaders who do not... The fact that nobody in parliament asked those questions when that money was being approved tells you that everybody who sat in Bunge that day is a terrible leader who should never have been in parliament in the first place. So let us... And then the CEO of SHA was here.
Yes.
Telling us how SHA is good. Is the president on SHA? Is the deputy president on SHA? Are members of parliament on SHA? If SHA is as good as they claim it is, let us disband the medical cover that members of parliament use and put them all into SHA.
You dare walipi SHA?
You cannot be here telling us that something is good, which good you do not consume. Huwezi kuwa kuja unaambia watoto kuleni unga, kuleni ati watoto wa maskini wale wengine wakule unga ya chapati, lakini watoto wako wanakula unga tofauti. If SHA is good, all members of parliament must disband the one they use. By the way, they are covered to the tune of 10 million. All our members of parliament,
okay,
our president included.
That is
they have a special cover which is paid by you and me from our taxes. Alafu mnakuja mnaambua SHA is good. If SHA is good, the real measure, it must be used for our members of parliament. If CBC is good, the real measure is that all our members of parliament must take their children from international schools and bring them to CBC because it's good. You cannot have a system that you claim works, that you claim is beautiful, that you claim is good for the people, but is not good for your children. So they come and experiment with our children. Mimi mtoto wangu anasoma CBC. Lakini mtoto wa mbunge wangu na wale wengine, are they doing CBC? So you cannot come and prescribe to Kenyans something that you yourself cannot consume. Kama SHA wamesema ni mzuri, kama inalipa waanze. Number 2, walikuwa wanachinda hapo akituambia things are working at Kenyatta National Hospital. Tunataka the next member of parliament who is sick admitiwe Kenyatta. The next time the president is sick admitiwe Kenyatta. Sio Nairobi, sio Aga Khan, sio Karen, Kenyatta. Na apewe ile mandengu inapewa Kenyans huko. If the cancer machine is operating there, when we see our members of parliament, may he so rest in peace, Kiaraho of Olkalau, now we have a by-election. If Kenyatta National Hospital was working, why was he being treated in India? Have you seen the people of India being treated here? Have you seen the people of the US being treated here? Why do we have our money going to India? Because that's our money. Ile pesa yote ililipo India.
There are many nationalities, allow me please,
yes,
who actually get treated here.
But not at Kenyatta National Hospital.
No, not at Kenyatta, but you asked the question and I'm answering it.
Yes.
We have people, this so-called medical tourism, and it's expertise plus cost. So there are people who will leave other parts of the world to actually come and get certain.
Which parts of the world is Somalia? Which parts of the world is
just first of all,
Sudan?
Take any country you wish on this continent of Africa.
Yes.
Whether it is South Africa, we go to South Africa, South Africans come here.
Yes, but here which hospital? Obviously not Mama Lucy, headed by Gaucho.
No. I am responding to the question that you raised regarding...
Gaucho is just a board member.
No. I will get to that one. Fanya Mambo talked about treatment and India. So I told him, people go to where they think they'll get best treatment. And he said, nobody comes to Kenya. And I told him, they do. People come from other parts of the world and they come to Kenya. But they do not come to Kenyatta.
Okay.
His point is, had Kenyatta been the most wonderful hospital that people say it is, then these people would be going to Kenyatta. And on that, I'm in agreement with him.
Okay.
Yes.
You were saying something about Gaucho.
Yes.
Why Gaucho?
Because we have a big problem. You see, people need to understand the functions of a board member.
Okay.
The functions of a board member to any institution and why we have a board. First is that the board provides advisory. Okay? Now, imagine a person who's never understood the difference between a syringe and maybe paracetamol being put on the board of a hospital to provide advisory on direction on how the hospital is going to go. And that's why you hear social media is saying, kama shindano zimeisha wengine watadungwa visu. Because you can only provide advice on the things that you know about.
Hizo zilikuwa tu jokes zao.
No.
It's true.
Let's hear what he has to say.
This is what I'm saying.
The point he makes, we need to have clarity. Please
strategic direction. If your work is to provide strategic direction in a hospital, how will you provide strategic direction about things you don't know? Okay. How can a blind man lead you into a place they have never been to or have never seen?
And this blind man is Gaucho.
Yeah. So you put someone in a board to come and give about advice about things they do not know. Actually, and that's why doctors are struggling, because you see, a board, the reason you create a board, there are many things. There's the legal part of the board,
Right.
I mean, of running a hospital. There is the medical supplies, there's everything. Somebody who doesn't understand supply chain management is sitting in a board to discuss how the drugs will come to the hospital. Strategic direction. The people who have gone to university now and studied planning and strategy are at home. And there's a person who cannot provide strategy sitting in a hospital board and trying to provide strategy. This is the problem we are having as a nation.
Actually, no, it is not. There, allow me to disagree with you.
Okay.
Public hospitals, yes, require boards, just like institutions that deal with ethical issues like research that involve human subjects. And among the requirements is that there must be community member representation. You don't need to have studied pharmacy or medicine or biotechnology. You just need to be a community member. That's it. Somebody who has knowledge of the community. Because it is that community that seeks medical care. So this one doesn't require any esoteric qualifications that takes you to an institution of higher learning. No. So if you can tell me where it is in our laws and the requirements of board members in public hospitals where a degree is required or qualification understanding and which is devoid of community participation, please, if you can do that, then I will agree with you. But if not, I have to disagree with you.
I'll answer you. The core roles and responsibilities of a hospital board member. The first one is strategic direction.
Yes.
I want to know which strategic direction Gaucho is going to offer the hospital. Governance and policy. So we have policy that goes around the hospital. How will Gaucho be of value to that? They oversight the CEO. Who is the CEO of that hospital? The CEO of that hospital is a medical doctor, and the qualifications for you to have been a CEO, you must have practiced medicine for at least 10 years and have a master's in medicine. Now you have a guy with a quarter-page CV supervising somebody with a CV like that of Magoha. So how do you oversight a person who is PhD? How do you oversight a person who has got 10 years experience in the medical field and your only qualification is the streets? Quality oversight. Now, a hospital has got quality standards. You've picked a standard 6 and he has admitted he's a standard 6 and you've brought him to a hospital board. How will he know what is quality and what is not quality? Bring him a surgical bed. Tell him that this is the bed we brought from China. How will he know a proper quality surgical bed? The hospitali sahi wanaweza itisha vitanda from anywhere. They can be substandard. They can ask for needles that are substandard. How will he help in terms of quality oversight? He fills numbers and those numbers are useless. Wasn't it possible to get a member of that community who understands the medical field? It is possible to get a community member who is a doctor who at least ikifika mahali pa kusema hii speaker ni mzuri ama ni mbaya, he understand what it looks like. Now, look at fiduciary duty. Management of resources. Now, for you, let me tell you, in standard 6, you never did any maths that went beyond $1 million. Okay? Now you're discussing 2-3 billion. Someone is seeing 9 zeros following a number. How is that guy going to be able to talk about finances in that hospital? It is possible to get a community member who is a CPA, who is an accountant, and that community member can sit in that board. That's what we are trying to say, because they will bring value. Committee participation. Now this person is sitting in a committee. They are discussing whether they are going to move from scrubs to white coats or from this type of stethoscope to this type of stethoscope. What does he know? What value is he going to bring to that communication? Finally, they are supposed to bring confidentiality and ethics. This person has been known. We have seen him on the streets. What about ethics? Can we speak about such a person? I wish he was a person whose ethics were known. We've seen good mobilization. We've seen people being beaten. We've seen when Gen Zs were dying on the streets, he was on the other side being mobilized to get young people, to beat up young people on the streets. So this is the person who is supposed to come and speak about ethics in a hospital board. We as a nation have to stop giving excuses for bad manners. There is bad manners happening at that hospital. The governor of Nairobi is conducting bad manners, and we stop coming and saying, oh, munachukia watu wajasoma. No, wewe unasomesha mtoto wako akaongezwa na wale wajasoma. The reason unasomesha mtoto wako ili awe kiongozi ama akaongozwe na watu wamesoma. So we are not going to be here and babysit people and talk nicely about bad manners. Bad manners is bad manners is bad manners is bad manners. Get a person from that. Hapo Mama Lucy, mnataka kusema mkizunguka 1 kilometer square Mama Lucy, amtapata degree holder wa hiyo community, amtapata mtu anajua accounts alete value, amtapata mtu anajua economics, amtapata mtu anajua medicine. I mean, let's not excuse bad manners in any way, shape, or form.
I remember Honorable Aisha Juma was appointed some few months ago to the Kenya Roads Board, and engineers rejected her because they were saying, apana, first of all, qualifications, and then they also complained of there was a breach of the article that allows the president to elect people, or rather to appoint people to the board, because she was to be the board chairman, I remember. Yeah.
That was pushing the limits, huh?
So hapo kidogo. So and I agree with Fanyamambo. I also agree with the fact that the community, yes, should be represented in the board.
Yes.
And then now when you
talk
can
about
get a teacher.
You can get a teacher. There are so many teachers there.
Why do you assume that formal education is the only education someone can have? If someone stopped going to school in standard 6, are you saying that they stopped the process of learning? That thereafter, if they had the aptitude, there's nothing else they've understood about life, there's nothing else they have actually qualified in with regards to what they've experienced, and that you must have a formal education to have all this understanding?
Now there's an act of parliament that established the Jaramogi Oginga Hospital, Teaching and Referral Hospital, order number 2025, that also established the Kakamega General Teaching and Referral Hospital and all those other teaching and referral hospitals. The qualifications are in that act. And that's why we are saying, wait a minute, we are saying the governor faulted. First, the education, the act says, the act establishes
those are
hospitals.
level 6 hospitals. Mama Lucy is not a level 6 hospital.
It doesn't matter.
Actually, it does.
It does.
But continue reading.
It says that the person needs to be to hold a university degree from a recognized institution with a master's degree often required for the chairperson. So board members, you need to have a degree.
Not often. Chairperson, you are told you must have a master's. It's not.
That's
chairperson.
Yes. We are saying board members is a university degree. They are also saying at least 5 years of leadership, management, or medical field experience. Okay. They are also talking of integrity. The person must satisfy Chapter 6 of the Constitution. Some of those people don't satisfy. And then, so the legal provision is there that you need at least a university degree. The fact that to be a member of the board, the fact that we already have people who don't hold a university degree on that board, tells you that there's a mistake that has been done. And it has been done deliberately. And it's someone telling you, I know the law, go hang yourself, I'm going to do what I want to do. So
on leadership and integrity, I agree with you 150%.
That is a level 6 hospital. A level 6 hospital is a national hospital.
Like in the city, on leadership, on integrity, fine. You know what?
All right, why don't
let's put the degree.
We have level 6 cancer and level 1 cancer. If you are sick and you are sick.
No, Fanyamambo, let's not degenerate to that level of argument, because I'm actually not arguing with you. I am trying to get you to understand a certain principle. When you have level 6 hospitals, the requirements, even for people to work, then the specializations that are required, just the staff complement that it must have for it to be a level 6 equipment and so forth, is very different from a level 5, level 4, up to a clinic, up to a health center. Okay? All these things, believe me, there are differences. When you have a health center in a community and they require board members, if you say that the qualification is the same, then you will find that the qualifications that are required for board members at health center are not the same as a level 6. It's just a simple truth that I'm trying to make. I understand the point you're making, and Paul here seems to support you, and he's saying, let's look at the question of integrity. Paul, let's look at the question of integrity and the things you're saying. What is it that you want to look at?
The whole issue of goonism.
Yes.
Hiyo tu ndio ninaweza ongelea, because up until Gaucho was appointed by Governor Sakaja, to be honest, I didn't know him for anything else other than where there's chaos, Gaucho is there.
Yes.
Hiyo tu ndio mimi nakumbuka Gaucho.
Would you then not say that someone who's been a purveyor of chaos is somebody who understands these principles better than most people?
There's no chaos in the hospital.
As far as hospital management is concerned.
Actually, there isn't. But you see, the chaos that we see and the goons that we speak of, where do they come from? Do we import them from another country, or are they just members of society?
Members of society.
Precisely. So if you bring in, and as you claim, somebody who has been known to be a leader of goons, are you saying that this flies in the face of our understanding of integrity? Or does it speak of us being all-encompassing and bringing other people who may otherwise have erred in their ways to understand how other systems, other than the one they're used to, functions? What are we saying?
What I will say, I'll actually take a leaf from one of our viewers here, Mesema. This is DK. Mama Lucy was not seeking a goon and unreformed capital offers in their board panel. By the way, I am not saying that Gaucho has been convicted of any crime anywhere. All I am saying is that where Gaucho was, or rather, sorry, where some of the chaos we have witnessed in the last couple of years zilikuwa, Gaucho alikuwa anasemekana kwa hizo streets pia. So when we have that issue being mentioned, I honestly feel like he probably has some skills that can be used elsewhere, not in the board of Mama.
You know the point that I'm trying to make here? We are sanitizing, by picking on this individual that you're speaking of, we are sanitizing the paymasters. Because Goonism does not exist unless there is some employment contract with people who are willing to pay. These people are paid to do what they do. There are those who argue it is the government who brings about Goonism. It is not.
Yes.
The specific province of the government. Politicians, as a body, are responsible for the growth of this industry. So if you're talking about intent, and you're talking about those who actually further the intent, who should we be pointing fingers at? We go back to Fanya Mambo's example and say, drain the swamp. Now, you drain the swamp and you pick on people who you know, because goons are associated with people. So who owns the goons? We know them. If we are going to talk about cleaning the swamp, some swamps are necessary for the ecosystem.
What do you mean? We need them to survive.
Yes. I'm saying some swamps are necessary for the ecosystem. Okay, they're a sponge. We actually need them. Yes, I am not being facetious. I'm not being facetious.
Yeah.
You drain the swamp. And you may create a completely. You must know which swamps to drain and which specific ones not to. Okay.
All right. So that we move away from Gaucho. Let me read a comment from Majok here. Majok amesema Gaucho is the president of Bunge la Mwananchi, which has been at the forefront of championing change in Kenya through maandamano. Is that goonism?
No, what Fanya Mambo is saying is something we cannot brush and assume does not have value, because there has to be a yardstick as to who it is that we give positions of authority. That is really the point he's making.
It's simple. Sometimes we make mistakes when we allow the lay people to interpret the law. Lawyers will tell you there's something called the mischief rule.
Okay.
There are many canons of interpretation of the law, and one of them is the mischief rule. When I was in third year, when we were being taught about mischief rule, we were told that when the judge is sitting at the bench, they ask themselves, what mischief was the law trying to cure? What was this malady? What was this disaster? When this law was being made, that a level 6 hospital should have a university graduate.
Yes.
What mischief were they trying to cure? They were trying to avoid a situation whereby a person who doesn't understand anything about financial accounting, for example, is sitting in a board that is discussing billions. So they will cascade that and say, if at level 6 hospital you need someone who understands finance, the person or someone who understands qualities in a hospital, the person at level 4, level 3, level 2 hospital also deserves to have a board that understands what's going on. We are saying let us involve the community. It is fine. But also, hapo Mama Lucy, wangenienda the nearest primary school, wangepata a holder of a Bachelor of Education degree. A teacher, a standard decent teacher, mwenye ako kwa NAT ama KS ama KUPPET ama whatever, that person should have represented that community in that board. So Gaucho has his place in this society, but it's not in a hospital board. Okay?
You know, you're right, Fanya Mambo, because this is for 2 seconds. Let's tell you a story. Back in the day, kitambo, very many years ago, I once dated a girl who was clueless about life.
Yes.
She was a good girlfriend, loving and all that. Lakini tukifika mahali tumeketi na mabeste tuanze ku have intellectual conversations. Manzo dem alikuanga out.
Yes.
So I learned and I decided sasa tuna have these kinds of gatherings, roho safi atakuwa, because ile aibu ilikuwa inakuja pale bro ilikuanga kubwa sana. So everyone has got a purpose in society.
Yes.
Vinyo umesema tu.
Yes.
Hii ya board membership kidogo tricky.
Yes.
All right.
Great.
You were saying something before we reintroduced Gaucho into our lives.
No. Gaucho is important. He is very important as an example and a point of analogy.
Okay.
We do not require members of parliament to have a degree. Okay?
True story.
Now,
we do.
I thought we don't.
The Election Act, the Elections Act, and I'll check, I think it was Section 31, had explicitly provided that members of parliament needed to hold a degree. In fact, it had provided that even MCAs needed to hold a degree. And of course, the same members of parliament went to court and they tried to fight it and so on and so forth. The truth is, we need it. We need it. You cannot.
But it is not required in law.
It was. It's in the Elections Act. Hata haijatolewa bado. It's just the court that declared it unconstitutional. And what I know is that somebody came and the team that defended it.
What does that mean when the court concerned?
No, what it means is this.
Yes.
That thing never went for appeal. And I wish it did, but appeal period lapsed. And I think someone needs to introduce it to court again.
Okay.
Tell me how you will insist that a minister at the level of the county, that's the chief officer, I think the chief, whatever they call them,
all right,
needs to be a degree holder, but he'll be oversighted by a Form 2.
Okay.
How do you do it? You come and say that for you to become a cabinet secretary in Kenya, you need to have a degree. So you bring a cabinet secretary who holds a degree in something, maybe a PhD.
Who's an expert in something.
And then you bring a Form 1 to come and actually vet them on the day they are supposed to be sworn into office. So you have a Form 1 vetting a degree holder. What are they vetting? If technical questions are asked, what answer will you give? My submission is our members of parliament must become degree holders. Our universities are still open. And then imsome. There's no problem. Hautakufa ukisoma. I insist our members of county assembly must be degree holders because it's gotten to a place. And I usually tell people, can you imagine going to the airport here and they tell you that we decided qualifications are not important. This guy looks nice. He can fly you to Mombasa. Would you board that plane? So why are we boarding this plane that is Kenya that you are being told this guy's qualification is a bad certificate? We have decided that education is not important when you're having a conversation about your 20-30 billion, but education is important when we are flying you to Mombasa.
No.
If you have to put into the cockpit someone who understands the cockpit to fly you to Mombasa, into the cockpit of running Kenya's priorities,
degree,
put on people who have a degree.
No, he has not answered my question because he is making a submission. If the courts considered, and he's the lawyer, that this matter of the requirement of a degree for parliamentarians, you're talking about the act, it's what, section 22?
Yes.
What does it mean? It means you're not strictly required to have a degree, or am I getting it wrong?
That's what the court pronounced itself.
Yes. So if the court pronounced itself, I am not wrong. And where I'm not wrong is in the examples of people we have in parliament who probably understand where the university building is and they've passed by it on a number of occasions, but they've never once gone into that building to acquire a degree. However, the people of the constitution they represent have found them fit to be elected. I am not saying it is the best thing. I am simply saying this. When we look at the cases that we bring before the court of public opinion like we are doing now, it is important for us to also tell them the truth about certain standings. My point was this. Now I'm making my submission as a member of the public who has not studied law. If we have in the highest possible offices where we make our budgets and we make our laws, we have allowed, just look at the contradiction, for people who we feel perhaps could do with a little more education, and we don't have them there. And these are the people making these laws. They are not necessarily the majority, but they exist. So, this particular apple tree already is rotten. Not the fruit even, the tree, because we already have a problem. So, when you make an argument for someone like the gentleman we've been speaking about, one asks, so should we then not apply this rule to this particular place where far, far more important decisions are made about the nation? Not that the lives of individuals are less important, but this one is where we make decisions that make this country...
This one is important.
it is more important or most.
We have made submissions, and I'm happy that the tie I'm wearing today is the same tie I wore on the first time when I spoke on a station about the people of where I come from, Mount Kenya, choosing wa Madadhi, wa Makeki, wa Megate, wa Metogi, and I spoke about it passionately, and it went viral. Because the thing is, we have to tell our people that this nonsense of voting wa Metura, wa Makeki, wa Madadhi, wa Megate, wa Shukari, that nonsense comes to an end. That nonsense comes to an end in 2027. Mimi najua niko na kazi ngumu, and it's God's calling for me. People tell me, why are you going on TV? Naambia ni vile sina nguvu, sina gari ya kwenda nikizunguka kila village. Ningekuwa nayo ningeenda. Niwaambie haki ya Mungu nyinyi mkiletee ujinga ya Madadhi bunge tena wa Makeki we will have a war with you. So, and I thank the people of Mount Kenya especially, because now they are saying haki ya Mungu, mutajua sisi Mount Kenya tulisomesha watoto wetu. We will bring you the best that there is in every village. We will put the best brains where we need brains. And I'm telling you, we need brains in county assemblies. We need brains in parliament. So God help us. 2027, mimi kazi yangu ni ngumu sana. Ni kuzunguka kila mahali nikisema, we are getting it right. Believe you me, we are getting it right in 2020. Na tukikosa, the margin of error will be 20%. But the face of parliament in 2027, the face of our county assemblies, and I love it, the Gen Zs are saying, the Gen Zs are saying, Sai, our decisions are not going to be made by that strata of society. We are the cream of the society. These young people are educated, these young people have, and those are the people. By the way, unaona kitu inaitwa ni kokadi. Indulge you a bit. There is a young man who went to primary school and got 405 marks out of 500.
Okay.
That young man would go to Alliance High School. He would leave Alliance with an A-. That young man who left Alliance with an A- would go and study actuarial science. He would finish with a first class honors. That young man is selling shoes on the streets. That young man, akokadi. There's a young lady who would go through the same procedure. She becomes an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. As we speak, she's selling clothes in a boutique. That young girl, akokadi. Finally, there's also another young person who would go through the same procedure. Anafika mahali anasomea accountant. Anafika anapata CPAK. And that young man is katakata in skuma kwa kibanda. That young lady, akokadi. Wale watu wa kokadi sahi, si sijui mtu wa bodaboda, mama mboga, mtu wa kinyozi. They are important people, we need them. Wale watu wa kokadi sahi na wanakwambia hawataki nonsense. Is an actuarial scientist, is a lawyer, is an engineer, is a doctor, is a person who studied philosophy, is someone who holds a bachelor of laws degree, someone who holds a degree in political science. They are telling you ni kokadi, and I hate this nonsense. They are brighter than William Ruto. They are brighter than 3/4 of the parliament. Some of those brains that are telling you ni kokadi wanafukuzwa huku na kina gaucho kwa barabara, those young people are so brilliant, it hurts that they are outside of this system. Hao ndio wanasema they are fixing the nation. Na hao ndio tunataka wakuwe MCA. Hao ndio tunataka wakuwe MP. Hao ndio tunataka wakuwe senator, wakuwe governor, na determine who their president will be. Kwa hivyo 2027, mlikuwa mnafikiria tunapanda juu ya gari unakuta watu galibo. Serikali tutaunda na mama mboga. That guy unaona akiuza mboga hapo is probably more qualified than you, unajiita mheshimiwa juu ya caveat hapo. Shock on you. 2027, we are draining the swamp. We are getting the right people in place. We are getting people who use common sense. We are getting people unakuja unaambia mafuta imepanda juu ya bei. Anaingia kwa mtandao anakuambia during the war between Russia and Ukraine, the prices per barrel were higher than they are between Iraq right now, between Iran and the US. They were higher by far. Yet our pump prices were this amount of money. Don't bring us nonsense. So si watu utakuja tikudanganya hapa ati they are gullible, unamwambia ati our road network in Kenya is bigger than Tanzania. They go online. They tell you Tanzania's their road cover is 32%. 32%. That's their road cover, tarmac. Kenya hatujafika 18%. We are, I think, 13%. We are struggling.
Actually, your facts are not correct.
They are correct. Check on your phone. Tanzania has a better road network than ourselves in terms of percentage.
Tanzania's tarmac roads cover something like 17,000 kilometers.
No, check percentage. You see, Tanzania is bigger than Kenya, Uganda combined.
I am aware. That is why I'm talking about mileage and kilometer age. You check your facts.
Viewers, tunabishana na city, angalia. Check Tanzania in terms of tarmac roads and Kenya, and text in terms of percentages. We are doing better. They are doing better than ourselves. Sisi wa Kenya ni kuringa tu na kupigia majirani makelele hapa.
But those are not my facts.
Tulisikia tukiambiwa tunaongea Kiingereza kwa giza. So as Kenyans we must accept that the population of 2027 voters is very different from the population that we had in 2022. The demographics have changed. The people who are making decisions are different, and the decisions we are making informed decisions. Kwa hivyo hawa watu hiyo caliber nimekuambia ya terrible leaders, for sure we are taking you home.
You know, Paul, one of the things about being in the opposition as Fanya Mambo is they actually keep the government in check. And it is a duty that this group that refers to itself as the United Opposition have attempted to do enormously. But let me ask a question I asked earlier on. When you talk about young people in this country, the facts that you speak of are actually true. But what is it that makes you think that every person who falls in that category of a young person supports the views that you have, and that they are of the same view that William Ruto must go and it must be one term? What makes you think that?
Because I haven't come across a young person who is happy with the idea of risasi ya mguu. I haven't come across one. Kama kuna kijana kwa mtandao unafurahia kupigwa risasi ya mguu, inua mkono. Kenyans want to see. Kama kuna kijana uko kwa mtandao unafurahia kusikia kwamba you go to the university, help is not working. They come up with a funny university model where two twins, same father, same mother, one is put in cadre number 1, one is put in cadre number 4. What is the rationale behind it? If there's a Kenyan who is happy with hearing that there is no food at Kenyatta National Hospital, raise up your hand. If there's a young Kenyan who is happy to hear that State House, a loss-making outfit, is being given 17 billion, whereas a whole county like Nyandarua is being given 5 billion. If, Nakuru as a county is being given 12 billion. A whole county with 3 million people. State House is being allocated 17 billion. What Ruto has spent in 3 years at State House is 89 billion in 3 years. Uhuru in his whole 10 years spent 90 billion. So when you show me a Kenyan who is happy with such figures, then either they're a mental case or they actually came here last night. But anybody who's been with this administration for the last 3 years knows that the dictionary is actually poor. It lacks word to describe and explain exactly what it is that William Ruto is. Sometimes tunatafutanga words, mnajaribu kusema terrible, catastrophe, disaster. You try to look for a combination of words that would describe how terrible this administration is, and you find how poor our dictionary is. I wish we can go back to factory and try to come up with a word that can actually describe how low we have sunk as a country. A word that you look at, you say, this one epitomizes what William Ruto is. Otherwise, it's been a collection of all the terrible adjectives. And even put together, there is still a pale shadow of what it is that we are going through as Kenyans. Mimi ni words nakosa. Na sometimes nafikiria nimetumia jina kubwa, nasema is a malady, is a disaster. Mtu ananiambia it's worse than a malady. So it's worse than a disaster. What word can tell you?
Worse compared to what exactly? Because for something to be bad, it's compared with something which is good. So this it's not worst. What is this worst being compared to? When was it better? And why was it better?
Let's think about it this way. When you have a dialysis machine in a hospital not working for the longest period of time, and they say that machine is worth 700 million, and there's no resources for it, and then you find delegations going to State House Wakorino, and in one day they spend 120 million. Has it ever gotten any worse than that? When you hear that Kenyatta National Hospital, ile ndengu haiko, ndengu watu are sleeping hungry, and this is not hearsay, it is there, it's been proven. When did we get to a place where the sick, unajua dawa tunajua inakosanga, but food, hatujasikia food inakosa. When you wake up and there's a report on the dailies that a hospital somewhere in a corner in the country that Kenyans are struggling to even know whether it exists has been given 25 million, and Kenyatta National Hospital, a hospital that even monkeys that go on the roof know is a hospital, has not, walisahau Kenyatta. So the thing is, we have never gotten to a point where we've had to tell government that a sick person needs to eat. And we've never gotten to a point where we've had to tell government that two-term is not an agenda. We have better things that this country needs. The only thing they are going around telling us in this country is flashing 2 fingers, two-term. There's nothing else. We've not had anything substantive. Lies are not an agenda. And we are tired as a nation, and I wish I go to parliament and we pass a law criminalizing the launching of projects. And now we just say we are only supposed to open finished projects. History ya kukuja kunafungua project pande hii, unaifungulia katikati, unaifungulia mwisho. That nonsense has to come to an end. And that's the worst we've gotten to. A president who launches a road 3 times during his administration. Anakuja na tractor ya yellow pande hii, anakuja katikati na tractor ya green. Kwanza moja hapa Machakos walibeba mpaka ile Kakoto. Twende pale kwetu Ngong. The railway they were launching. Hata ile Kakoto ilikuwa hapo.
Walimwaga kokoto alafu
na wakabeba. Lori moja ya Kakoto wamefanya hesabu ya lori moja ya Kakoto. Look at the depletion of our forests. Go to Karura here. When we say this is the worst, have you ever gotten to a place? Hata Moi hakumaliza Karura hivi. At least nani alitoa nguo, Moi akaona aibu. Right now, a whole minister, na mnataka mumuite hapa, wa environment, anaenda on national TV anasema that we are destroying original trees, indigenous trees, to plant seedlings. Unamuuliza, Kenya, yes, it's on national TV. And I can get you the clip. Fixing the Nation. She sat there and she spoke about it. That we destroyed 3 acres of Karura forest to plant seedlings. Unamuuliza, Kenya in its entirety. Mumekosa places ya kupanda seedlings.
Why are we planting seedlings yet we have already trees?
No. Yes. I need to understand this. That somebody was saying that they are depleting the Karura forest.
Yo kwa simu yako. Yes.
So that they can plant.
Type soipantuya. Type. Itakuonyesha. And she was on a morning show. And akaulizwa mara 3, you want to remove seed. I had her verbatim.
You want to remove
original trees,
indigenous trees so that you can plant seedlings. What seeds?
Na hizo 3 acres, hiyo mbao atuambi mahali inaenda. Avoidable housing. Kuja hapa kwetu Ngong Forest. Complete depletion.
How long ago did she make that statement?
It's not been 2 months. Just type Minister for Health, Minister for...
So and defense?
No, the Minister for... Environment.
Okay.
Just type Minister for Environment. I withdraw the name Soipantuya. Minister for... We even forgot these ministers because of how difficult it has become to work with them. Minister for Environment speaks about cutting down trees to plant seedlings. You will hear... See tule tu quote to mitandao. Verbatim. You'll see her face on a microphone telling Kenyans tunakatakata eka 3. In fact 5. Karura forest wapande seedlings. Iyo miti yote ilienda kwa avoidable.
How large is Karura forest?
I do not know.
So
but all I know.
But no. Yeah. I'm asking the question because you said that we are taking.
I can Google size of Karura forest right now.
Yes, go ahead, Google it. There's a question I'm asking here. Let me. Everything you say about this government, if I were to believe everything you've said, you are in essence saying that there is hardly anything that this government has gotten right. And if I do the maths,
we have Ministry of Goons.
Okay, so it means that essentially what we are saying is we have a government that has led it to a position where we are now a failed state. Are we a failed state?
Yes, we are. The Karura forest is gazetted approximately 1,041 hectares or about 2,500 acres.
Okay. So the CS is called Deborah Barasa.
Sorry, yes, Deborah Barasa.
So this is what it is. I'm reading the People Daily from a month ago. The government has justified the proposed clearance of roughly 3 acres in Karura Forest to make way for National Youth Service housing and a major tree seedling propagation project.
Yes. Now ask yourself, why would you want to build for the National Youth Service inside Karura Forest? The National Youth Service is supposed to serve people. In fact, some of these places where we have a lot of bandits and a lot of hostility are the places where you'd think of getting... The government has a lot of land, honestly. Why would you clear Karura Forest in the name of housing anywhere, NYS? I can tell you they will not be housed.
Where should they have built these houses?
Okay, you see, trees are a resource to the nation.
Yeah.
The countries around the world are working hard to increase their forest cover.
Yeah.
Now, if you want to build a National Youth Service, there's a lot of land that doesn't have trees. In fact, if anything, get bare land, house them there. Now tell them to plant the number of trees that you want them to plant because they are young and they can be used effectively for tree planting. The whole idea is to cut down forests and get timber for avoidable housing.
But those traditional no.
That's what they are doing.
That's far-fetched. That is really
where is the timber going? End up a Kenari forest.
But have you? If you look at the trees that we have in Karura,
yes,
are those you don't talk about indigenous trees? Are those commercial trees that you use for the sort of work that
why are you cutting them down?
I wouldn't know why they are cutting them down.
Housing and then tree propagation.
Yes,
seedling propagation.
it's a bit puzzling. But let me ask. You see, I asked a question, and I want that question responded to. We are describing a failed state, and he said yes. Why have we not collapsed if we are indeed a failed state? Because that means there's nothing this government is doing. Why have we not collapsed?
You see, collapsing is defined differently by different people. If you wake up one morning and 800,000 children are late to report to
school,
grade 10, to the point that the president has to go to Meru and say, pelekeni watoto shule, pesa ikipatikana. And then it's coming on a backdrop of when we had just received 30 billion Kenya shillings, specifically branded taking our children to grade 10. World Bank gives us money, or is it IMF? They say this 30 billion is to help you transition your children into grade 10. Tumepewa December, iko hapo kwa simu yako.
Nakumbuka hiyo pesa.
And then tunaamuka January, 800,000 people have not gone to school. The head of state does not mention the 30 billion. He doesn't want to. He tells you, peleka mtoto shule, ukipata pesa italipwa. That's a failed state. You cannot talk of you being a working state when 800,000 of your children are supposed to report for grade 1. You have 30 billion for them. You are not talking about 30 billion because where else is it? Kama haijaibiwa. And then you come and say you're a working state. Those who are in school, principals of schools, I have sat in the board of a national school. I just exited the other day when my son finished Form 4. But then niko na kijana kwa Form 4. Alimaliza.
Congrats.
Yes. Na ni mujanja, aliniletea A-. Now,
good.
That the
Congratulations to the young man.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. The school and many others are being taken to court. Some schools have got their school buses now being auctioned because there's no money. There's no capitation to school.
Let's also not forget grade 10 and 11 hawana textbooks.
Yes. So we are not a working state. We are pretending. We are just people who are so... I'm telling you the resilience Kenyans have. If this was happening in a country of people with zero resilience like the Kenyan country, those countries would have gone into civil strife. But Kenyans are resilient, Kenyans are patient, Kenyans take it up in good stride, and that's why we are where we are. Otherwise, tulianguka kitambo as a state, we are just managing.
How did we get to this stage that you referred to, Fanyamambo?
Bad choices at the ballot. We told people William Ruto was not good to be president.
When did we make these bad choices?
In 2022. Terrible ones. We've made other, let me tell you. Right now,
yes, you know where I'm going.
Sitting in a bus. I'm sitting in a bus. Okay? This bus is taking me to Mombasa. The problem is many people want to keep telling me ile basi ilikutoa Kisumu ikakuleta Nairobi ilikuwa inaendeshwa vibaya. I agree. Hiyo basi iliendeshwa vibaya, but right now ile basi inaweza fanya nikufe. The bus that can hit a tree or ram into another bus or roll is this bus I'm in. So I have to keep speaking to this driver and telling him, hey, kocha, unakimbia sana. Oh, you know, because he's overtaking carelessly, anapigiwa matana, you know. So I am speaking of a going concern. I am in a moving bus, and the driver of this bus is the driver I have to address today. Mwache kuniambia story ya Uhuru, sijui Kibaki, sijui those ones walinitoa kwenye walinitoa, they drove the way they drove. I was not very happy about it.
Why must we not speak about
because
the
past? Because I can't change the past right now, but I can change where I'm in. You see, this is the thing. I hate the fact that they drove us, and they drove us the way they drove us. But can you imagine me, I'm in a marriage. Instead of fixing my marriage, I'm telling you how bad my ex was. I keep telling you my ex-wife did, your ex-wife did what she did. You have this new wife, and this is the new wife who can give you poison in the night. Is the new wife who can make your life work on your current marriage.
Mambo, when you're on a third wife, there's something wrong with you, because it tells us you have not dealt with the previous problems. That's why you keep marrying another one, and you'll marry a fourth one.
So
you deal with the problems of the past, and you understand.
Now he's telling us to be like Museveni.
No, I am saying you have to understand how you got to where you are, because if you haven't learned how you got to where you are, you'll repeat the same thing again. Okay. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. So, Situ, what are you trying to say about me?
It had to come there.
No. Paul, I'm not trying to say.
When he says you're on the third wife.
No, I am not. I am not trying to say it, Paul. I have said it.
Okay. Fanyamambo, thank you so much. We have come to the end of this conversation. Now, before you give your parting shots, the CS, one of the cabinet ministers in Tanzania, actually fact-checked President Ruto the other day President Ruto did say factually that we have 20,000 kilometers of tarmac road, between 20 to 24,000. Then he said Tanzania, I think there's something he said about Tanzania. So
what he said
the
was,
minister had to respond.
What he said was not just Tanzania,
and Uganda.
That the road network we have is more than the sum total of the tarmac road in East Africa. That is not true.
Tanzania wako na over 16,000 kilometers of tarmac. Yetu ni between 20 na 24. This is according to the Kenya National Bureau of Standards.
Yes.
So Tanzania wako na barabara pia. Haya. Tumemaliza parting shot.
I think my parting shot is to all of us as Kenyans. We have a very solemn duty in 2027, and that solemn duty exists at the ballot and starts now to decide on the kind of leadership we want. Na mimi nawaomba in the name of God. This time round, we are not going to do mass stupid voting. We are going to carefully select the people that we want to represent us at every single level. Make sure you give yourself the best. Hiyo tu ndio ombi yangu. Just make sure that the best of the best of the best amongst those who are vying are the persons that you have given your ballot. Hiyo tu itabadilisha nchi.
Haya, sawa sawa. Shukran kwa wale watu wameongea na sisi. Kuna Chris Adede, Day Interactive, Jacob Pavilion, My Tech 2.0, George Y as well, na wengine wengi akina Kunga. I'm sorry guys, I couldn't read all your messages. Peter Gadhere as well.
Soma kamoja.
Yeah? Kamoja?
One who agrees with Fanya Mambo.
With Fanya Mambo.
No, it doesn't have to be someone who agrees.
Okay, then read one.
Jacob Pavilion amesema the Kenyan degree is fake and fraudulent. Oscar Sudi The Kenyan degree is fake and fraudulent. Oscar Sudi would win due to his lack of a fake degree. Intellectual fraud is the worst.
Somebody has a contrary view.
Yeah. Ochieng Ping amesema democracy is a system based entirely on persuasion but differently, as has been said elsewhere. Credit does not belong to the person with the original good idea but the one who successfully persuades. Hiyo ni mambo tu ya politics, ndio? Haya, hizo zingine ni matusi mingi ambazo tutaziacha for now. Hizo acha tuzisome kama tumetulia. But thank you so much for tuning in. See you tomorrow morning bright and early, but I will be here again at tonight rather from 7 in the PM. Shall be hosting Honorable Richard Onyonka, Senator for Kisii. My conversations zita take place from that front. But right now, here's the news.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Police are investigating the death of 22-year-old Consolata Githenji, who fell from the 6th floor of an apartment